with. Oh, wow. Lighting changed there. How weird. What?
The thermostat in the refrigerator says 30 again.
30 again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will sit in front of that thing for a minute while you go adjust the. Hi, everybody.
Eva will sit here for a second while I make an adjustment.
He's doing the man thing. It's his job to adjust the gizmos in the refrigerator to get the right temperature in the fridge and freezer. Hi, Lars. Garden salsa with sun-dried tomatoes. Ooh. Mm-hmm. That sounds good. Anyway, he's coming back right now.
That's about as warm as it's adjustable to, little one. We'll see what happens. Oh, yeah, Lars, I like sun chips. Unfortunately, they have lots of carbs, so Eva doesn't let me eat them. What are those chips that we do have, though? They're not too bad. Quest? Yeah, there's a low-carb chip called Quest. It's not bad. It's not as good as a sun chip.
They make a loaded taco flavor.
You know, they make a loaded taco, and they make a sour cream and onion, too. They make just a kind of a grain one and loaded taco.
So.
Something like that. So anyhow, they're not too bad. But anyhow, buenas tardes, David. Anyhow, so, no videos this week because, this camcorder here, right there, you might be able to see that wire's broken. So we've been unable to download to the computer, and it does have a Wi-Fi option, but since Eva's electrically non-challenged son will be here in 2 days.
So. Yeah, a couple of days.
Plan is, tell him about it, hand him the manual, and say, okay, show me how to do this. So I should be able to continue to use this camcorder, which is been working fine. It's a high definition and given to me by Carson.com. And I also have a GoPro that was given to me by Walt. Now, the problem with the GoPro is it has no physical instructions. The only thing you can do is go onto the internet and stuff. And I find that to be rather annoying. And it's not, terribly intuitively obvious. But anyhow, we're going to learn this one too. And we've always had this about, I tried to use it one time where I was doing some a high-speed sort of thing. And unfortunately, it didn't fail, but it got knocked over, so it didn't do any good. But this is a very nice setup too. I need to learn how to use it, so this gives me some motivation. Anyhow, we'll get some videos up this week. Had somebody bring over a sample yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, yesterday. It's from a dump, and they want me to give it a good initial once over, and it'll be perfect for doing a video on. You got a new ore, so are I in need of a video instrument?
Yeah,
a new camcorder would be nice, but a high definition, something that's simple. This is a really good device, but it's a little more complicated to use. It's got a lot of options.
I'm going to be using the GoPro too, but we would like a new camcorder.
Yeah, I say a new camcorder is what we're looking for. We're looking for suggestions tonight on what would be a reasonably inexpensive, high definition camcorder. the nice thing about the camcorder versus the GoPro, it's a little simpler, more intuitively obvious. On, start filming, stop filming, zoom, this sort of thing. So it's just a little. I'm also a little more practiced with this as opposed to this, but I do need to. This has certain capabilities that this doesn't. But anyhow, that's my basic
Well, yeah, we'd like
idea.
suggestions, and if somebody wants to mail one, we'd like one.
uh, but
Yeah,
as I say, so if anyone has a particular suggestion for relatively simple to use, this wasn't bad. This is a Sony Handycam, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Say that it's working fine except for this little wire here broke, and as such, the little USB connector can't connect, so it just doesn't work too well. And anyhow, since no, we're we've got, let's say, we can, first of all, this right here theoretically is still perfectly functional, except we'd have to use the Wi-Fi option to download onto the computer. Now, theoretically, my computer has Wi-Fi. Theoretically, this has Wi-Fi. It says so in the instruction manual. When her son gets here in 2 days, 2 days, let him figure it all out and then tell me how to do it. And it should be pretty simple. And then this, it's a matter of just figuring out how to use it. It works just fine, although one of the batteries seems to have died for unknown reasons. But let's say the GoPro, GoPros are good, but it just say it'd be nice to have like a manual instead of videos and stuff. I can save the shipping on that one, Lars. I had a radio microphone once because it was frustrating the sound quality. So what I did was I got a radio microphone that I could wear, and then I found out the problem with that is when the link doesn't link, you don't know until after you're in the video editing process that the soundtrack is all screwed up. So I used the radio microphone as a target for a 308, and it was interesting. Yeah, well, the computer itself can work on Wi-Fi, and this can work on Wi-Fi. So I'm sure they can talk to each other if somebody who knows what the hell they're doing sets it up. I think you have to download a program into the computer, and then again, tell the camcorder how to sync to the computer, and then tell the doofus operating this what keystrokes or whatever to do in order to get them to sync and download. Shouldn't be a problem. But I found out with the radio microphone that if you take something about this size and you shoot it with a 308, you get a nice, neat little hole right through it. No problem. However, if you put it up against a steel plate and you fire it, you get a nice, neat little hole with a bunch of spalling scratches on the far side. Still not very dramatic. However, if you take a little rock and put it on this side of it and hit the rock with the 308, it gives you very satisfactory destruction. When you got all that rock and bullet shrapnel shotgunning at point blank range into the small electronic device, it does a fantastic job of relieving the excess tension. It worked very good. But anyhow, so that's why there's been no videos. This week, again, we just got the sample yesterday. It's an unoxidized sample. It's from a dump. I did not collect the sample. Therefore, I have no idea how representative this sample is of the dump. My feeling is it's probably hand select, but it's got iron pyrite, it's got some sort of silver colored sulfide in it, galena, whatever. Haven't done much in the way of tests on it. So I will use that sample as an example of how you take an unknown ore and run some tests initially to get an idea of what you've got and what can be done with it. And this could this should be very helpful to those who haven't gone through that process before. And I don't know. Hey, David, I don't know if I've actually done a video on that kind of subject recently, but I say it will be an excellent thing. Also, Dave Van is probably going to bring me some samples in the near future from a mine he's currently working on, not too far from here, less than 100 miles from here, I think, line of sight. And I'll essentially be doing the same process again. And so this way I'll have a couple videos basically showing the very same process. You have an unknown mineralized rock. You can see it's got some mineralization in it. In this case, it's quartz with sulfides. There's iron pyrite. There's other stuff in there. So first step is to look at it, do a physical examination, maybe a few tests. Like in this case, I took a knife to try and scratch it. It's clearly quartz. It's taking a little steel off of the knife. So it's clearly quartz, and it's got sulfides in it. I'm going to break up some of these. They're typically smaller than my fist.
We've got we've got a different kind that fizzes too.
One of them fizzed?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got 3 different types of rock in there that I saw.
Jeez.
One of them was a quartz that has some garnet intrusions. The other quartz did not have amandine garnets in them.
You want to keep your voice loud if you want to talk?
The second one was a quartz that had a good scattering of pyrites plus some galena, and it had a couple of different types of pyrite type things. Some of them, when you scored them, they really shattered and powdered, and others they dented in the galena category. So I think some of them
if they dented that would be more like galena.
Some of them are more argentiferous than others.
Yeah.
In terms of the galena. And then we have type number 3 that has the look of a pumice stone, and it's got an interesting copper cast to it in terms of coloration. And when I dropped acid on them, they fizzed.
So anyhow, first thing, do a visual examination with a loupe. I'm going to break up the rocks to get what you call exemplars. In other words, and in this case, you're not trying to get the most representative sample. You're trying to get the most, the sample that best demonstrates what you're looking at. You know, the best specimen. David says, "Thank you, Goddess Eva."
You are very welcome. I will tell you what I find when we do it.
The best specimens of the various minerals, and break it up so we can have smaller specimens and save the rest for analysis. Plan is to crush it, split off a sample, and when I'm going to crush it, because I got the RC46, which does not do a super good job of fine crushing, I'll run it through it several times. This does 2 things. It grinds it finer, and it also blends it, so you get a more uniform sample when before you split. Split it down. One sample will go off for fire assay. And then one sample I'm going to hand pan. And that's for a couple different things. Number one, it will allow me to visualize any free gold that's in it. I don't expect to find a whole lot of free gold because it's probably mostly crystal locked and sulfides, whatever gold is there. Don't know. We'll find out. But anyhow, hand pan it, see what kind of free gold is there, but also create a gravity concentrate. When you're dealing with a sulfide ore, these tend to be a complex process to take the ore and wind up with metal. There's a number of phases, but the sulfides make life difficult. In many cases, the easiest thing to do is to crush the rock, make either a gravity or a flotation concentrate, and then just sell the concentrate to a refiner. They've already got the furnaces, they're already set up, and I mean, they do stuff in big batches, etc. And so they can take that concentrate and process it efficiently and at relatively low cost, and either cut you a check, which is the simplest thing and what they generally like to do. They'll do an assay and they'll say, okay, we're going to pay you, let's say, 80% of the recovered gold, okay, or what we assume will be recovered gold, something like that. If you had enough concentrates, you could actually have them do a batch and return the actual metal to you. This could have beneficial tax implications, but you have to have a pretty good batch. One time somebody contacted me on one of my videos and wanted to know what the refiner was that I had been talking to, etc., because he had like 500 tons of pyrite concentrates running, I don't know, a couple hundred ounces per ton gold. That's the sort of thing where you can easily work out a deal where they return you original metal, and in that case, you don't owe income taxes on it at that point, only when you sell it. If they cut you a check, you now owe income taxes on the check. That's income now. Whereas the other way, you are paying them to process your ore, recover your gold, and hand you the gold. That's not income. You're just paying them a service fee, basically.
Matter of fact, that could be a tax deduction.
Yeah. So you could even write that off as a tax deduction, as Eva says, because it cost you money. So that is one of the ways when I see a sulfide ore, that immediately comes to mind as one of the prime possibilities. Another thing you can do, and there's a guy in Oregon that called me and was asking me about the Eco Goldex about this, is let us suppose that you had a fairly high grade ore in general. And when you crushed and concentrated, you wound up with a really, really high grade gravity concentrate, for the sake of the discussion. Hundreds of ounces per ton. Okay. Now, if you were to sell that to a refiner, they're going to charge you and this and that. And let's suppose they're charging you a percentage. They're just giving you 80% of the entrained value. Okay. Well, it might be worthwhile to decrease the entrained value. For example, if you had half of the gold was gravity recoverable free gold, you could take that concentrate, run it over a table or any other process and get that gold out, get half of the gold out of it, while the stuff that's crystal locked in the sulfides goes to the refiner. Well, that gold you didn't pay the refiner to get. There's no independent record of it, et cetera, et cetera. There can be some benefits to doing that. It can be less expensive, especially if they're only like giving you 70% of the entrained value or 50%, over in Oregon, another place. They said that the concentrates, the refiner is going to charge them 50% because it was arsenopyrite. Well, if you can get half of the gold out of there, then effectively you're only paying a 25% processing fee. That's a significant savings. Another thing you could do, and this other person in Oregon was talking about that, was to do a pre-leach. Okay, you take your sulfide concentrates and you do a tank leach, say with Eco Goldex, then recover the gold that you can, and then sell the rest to the refiner. And again, you've recovered more gold yourself, so saves you money. Another thing about selling it to a refiner is they now have the disposal problems. Okay, especially with things like arsenopyrite, or is it a galena ore where you got lead? You know, there's heavy metals. All kinds of things can be in there that disposal can be very expensive. And hey, Chris. So sometimes you're also getting rid of a disposal problem by selling your concentrates to a refiner. So these are some of the things you have to balance to decide what you want to do. If you have, I don't know the size of this dump that they got this from, but let's say it was a big dump and there's a couple thousand tons there. Nice dump, let's say. You know, not huge, just decent size. And you don't have much money. Well, first thing you do is you get a crusher, then you do a gravity concentration. You make a concentrate that you then sell to the refiner. Very little capital expense so far. Okay. Then once you've been doing this for a while, you can get a bigger crusher, a bigger gravity concentrator, etc. Now you can maybe put in a pre-leach circuit so that you leach that concentrate before you ship it out, and you can save more money, but you have deferred that expense until after you've got an income stream. So you can sequence these things sometimes and kind of change how things are going as time goes on and get more efficient. But initially, low capital cost, fast turnaround. That's, initially that's usually what you're looking at. You want to get some kind of income stream coming in quickly, and you don't want to spend much to get to it. Hi, Ricky. So let's say this particular ore, I'll be doing that. And the gravity concentrate at least should also have a multi-element analysis. It would be desirable to have a multi-element analysis on the head ore also. When you have a brand new ore, you don't know what's in it. First of all, you don't know if there's something valuable that's not readily apparent, but also you don't know if there's something dangerous that's not readily apparent. You can have mercury, you can have arsenic, you can have antimony. There's all kinds of things that can be relatively toxic that you may not be able to just see. Some things you may see crystals of cinnabar or whatever. You're like, yeah, there's a lot of mercury in this, something like that. But by doing the multi-element analysis, you can define what other materials and their concentrations, copper, lead, zinc, these sort of things, they may be in economic quantities. They may not. Any refiner is going to need a multi-element analysis to decide whether or not their process will work well, and if so, how much it's going to cost them. So you're going to need that anyway. But the multi-element analysis also tells you how hazardous is that mineral. There's an element called thallium, which is chemically somewhat similar to gold. It behaves somewhat similar. And occasionally you wind up with one of these gold ore bodies that has a lot of thallium. And now thallium is fairly toxic, and it directly affects the heart. It's not like lead where it goes to the brain and stays there forever and stuff. It affects your heart, and it affects it quick. If any of you have ever had a chemical stress test of the heart, like before surgery, they want to see how strong your heart is, and you in such a condition that you can't just get on a treadmill and run until your heart rate's whatever, they can hook you up to an IV and give you a little thallium, and it will crank the RPM up in your heart. Too much and it'll kill you. Okay. And so you don't want that in your ore without knowing it also. You need to know how hazardous is that material in order to handle it safely. You know, you just need regular dust protection, or do you need to wear gloves? You know, what do you need to say, screw this? This one's just too dangerous to fuck with. I mean, I knew a guy that wound up almost died because he had a rock in his pocket, had thallium in it, a lot of thallium, a lot of gold too. But he just put it in his pocket so he could show samples, and yeah, until he went wham. Luckily, they brought him back. But I mean, that's the sort of thing that can happen if you don't know what you're dealing with. Okay. Kind of my general first look rule of thumb, if somebody's dug a hole in it 100 years ago for quite a ways and didn't die, it's probably not hugely promptly toxic. Okay. Otherwise, they wouldn't have survived long enough to dig a hole that big. If you got an outcrop sitting there, you have no idea how toxic it is. It might be pretty nasty stuff. So handle it with care until you've had it thoroughly analyzed to find out what's in it. And depending upon what's there and everything, it would be also nice. I really liked the TEMA testing at Montana Tech, where they use the electron microscope and scan. What they do is they take a crushed sample of the rock and they sieve it to different size, and they take those different sizes and they embed them in an epoxy matrix. I mean, it's pretty thick. You know, they basically make a mud out of it. Hey, Jim. So anyhow, they you derailed my train of thought, Jim. Oh yeah, the TEMA test, and then they take this epoxy mud, let it harden, slice it, and then polish it, and then scan it with an electron microscope. And the electron microscope is not just getting an image, it's also getting a chemical analysis. Okay. Using the backscatter and stuff and electrons. You know, they can tell what elements are there to a certain extent. And therefore, you know, the mineral, like this is iron oxide. Can't tell if it's magnetite or hematite, but that's iron oxide, that sort of thing. And then it does a statistical analysis of what that cross section of the sample that it got, and it says it's this much iron oxide, it's this much limestone, it's this much silica, and like that. And then you also get a picture that shows that they also did stuff where they looked what minerals was the gold associated with. In the case of Montana B, they told us what the gold particle size was, the particle distribution, the associated minerals, which is iron oxide, you know. And so it gave us a lot of information. It's not cheap though. That's about $1,000, but you get a lot of information. So if this person wants to spend the money, you know, that would be cool too. I mean, I really like the test. The thing is, it's really pricey. So, say the first sequence of tests is designed to try and determine where the gold is in the rock. Is it in discrete particles? Is it on the surface of the sulfides? Is it in the sulfides? Is it evenly distributed throughout everything? Or at big chunks? Is it little chunks? Et cetera, et cetera. All of these factors are important to determining how to process the ore effectively. And then when you find which processes work to process the ore effectively, then you can determine whether or not it can be done economically. Um, but you need to know how effective the various processes are first. So I'll probably do a bottle roll test also to see how well that works. And these are all just preliminary tests. Okay, these are determined, fire assay of the head grade, how much gold is in the rock, fire assay of the concentrates and the tailings, how much of that got into the concentrates and how much was lost in the tailings. Okay, a bottle roll, how much of this stuff at this grind size will dissolve in the leaching solution. Those would probably be too big, Lars. Um, but anyhow, so these are just the basic parameters that you need to have some understanding of before you can even start to get a picture of what to do. When you're doing leaching, you have to have fine gold, microfine gold. Okay. In the case of the Eco Goldex, we figured that, well, we actually did a test at 100 mesh in a beaker. It takes about a week for the Eco Goldex to dissolve the gold without constant agitation or anything. Okay. That would be similar to what it would be like in a vat leach or something like that. So we figure, okay, anything over 100 mesh, we're probably not going to do too well. Hey, John, how's it going? So, on the other hand, the real fine stuff like what we have, the stuff that's quarter to the size of talcum powder, it dissolves quite readily once it's in contact with the solution. So there, the limiting factor is porosity of the rock. Is it sticking on the outside of a piece of rock, or is it inside, and how porous is the rock? Things like that. And so stuff like this requires you crushing the rock and sieving it to different sizes, and then running the similar tests to see at what size do you have mineral exposure. The gold is sticking on one side of a rock particle, or mineral liberation, where the pieces of gold have been broken off of the other particles. If you're going to do a gravity extraction, you pretty much would like mineral liberation. If you're doing a leach, mineral exposure is usually all you need. If the rock is porous enough, you don't even necessarily need mineral exposure if you've got the time to leach it. So these are the sort of things that need to be done to guide you. I mean, I likened it to, you have a puzzle, and you have a puzzle piece here that says profit. You have another puzzle piece over here that says ore. And then you have a bunch of other puzzle pieces that are different types of processes and things you can do. And it's like, well, which process will stick to the ore and then stick to something else and then wind up sticking to the profit piece? And so it's a potentially a complex situation. Sometimes it's real simple. Sometimes you have something that's quite easy. It's just gravity separate works. Sometimes you have something that's quite easy in a different way. The only thing that's going to work is leaching. Okay, that's pretty much what we are with Montana B. And so you wind up wanting to know what's the smartest thing to do. For that, you do the small scale testing to simulate what a larger scale process would do and scale up from there. But this way you can make small mistakes quickly and cheaply and eliminate bad options very rapidly and at a low cost. That's basically what you're doing initially when you look at the first thing is, what's the ore grade? If you got a 2-foot wide vein and you take your sample and you take it to the assay lab and they go 0.02 of an ounce per ton, it's like, so what? That's not going to make me any money. I don't need to worry about anything at this point. I got to find some place where it's a higher grade. So you've now eliminated that immediate spot as a potential profitable thing. Now, 0.02, 0.03 ounces per ton is enough to say, we might have something deeper, for example, that might be better, or another section of this vein. I might want to follow this and take several samples, stuff like that. Anything over 0.01 ounces per ton is sufficient rich to be anomalous. This is not normal rock. This has more gold than average. Therefore, I need to look at this and think about it and maybe do further testing. Okay. So that's the plan for this week, aside from doing some more processing at Montana of Montana B. Or we have enough stockpiled out at the mill that we can reload the tank and get it agitating again. We got I don't know. We got some spot tests out there to say how those resin cartridges are doing, right?
Yeah.
We may have a loaded resin cartridge or two also, which has, which means we could start stripping it or whatever. But, and one of them is the Pura Gold, and the other one is the Max Water resin. So we can see what's going there. But I can see with Dave, with this other person who wishes to remain anonymous, we'll have, and then later on in August, Jeff Kablock is supposed to provide us a big bulk sample of a dump. So several times this summer, we're going to be starting at the same spot. Here's some rock. Is this worth anything? And going through the process of determining, is it potentially profitable? So while, you can look over our shoulders basically and watch how we do this, and this should be a pretty educational summer when it comes to this process. This is one of the very first steps in looking at a new location. You're looking at the geology, you're looking at the visible mineralogy. Okay, I got a vein, it's got iron pyrite, or it's got limonite in it, or whatever, that looks interesting. Okay, that's fine. How big is it? Okay, fine. Now you got to get some samples and start working stuff. Hey, Red Wing. And that's what we're going to be doing several times this summer. Montana B, we have video in here. We're down at about 30 feet, and real quickly life is going to get interesting sinking that, because we have a situation where we have a decline and we have a tunnel. And we're coming down here, taking this slice. Real soon, we're going to get close enough here where this is going to potentially be unstable. And that means, among other things, I'm going to be having to work in a harness. And I'm thinking I can likely take the little Hilti drill and punch holes ahead of me. I can also easily go around and look to see the underside. The old rails are still currently here. So with a rope, I can easily just go down the rails and take a look. There's also access over here. There's another decline that comes down, and we could actually just go down the ladder there and walk over and take a look. Okay? So I'm not going to be working completely blind, but pretty soon this is going to get too thin to be safe. And I need to keep an eye on the situation and ascertain when it's starting to get kind of sketchy, and then work on it. And I'm not sure which is the best way, because first of all, we got to hoist a bunch of stuff. So let me do a blow up here. Here's the new level that I'm cutting. There's the ladder track. Then I'm working on a platform. And then it's undercut like that. You have this level here, and then here's the decline that continues. Here's the old rails. My question is, should I just keep taking this out here and essentially punch a hole? Not worry too much about this right here, just kind of take it down. Not worry. Or should I work this edge here and then try to bring it out? My thought is just keep slicing this off. When I get close, put on a harness. And then when it gets fairly shallow here, then punch a hole through, lay my ladder track, and then as I knock this other stuff down here, I'll be able to pick it up, throw it on the carriage, and get it out of there. Okay, that's my thought, but we'll see what happens when I get there. Theoretically, that should be in another 1 or 2 trips. You know. Okay, Brian, that's kind of what I'm feeling right there. But say I'm not exactly sure, but I'm somewhere in the neighborhood of between 5 and 10 feet here, and I'm progressing at the rate of 2 to 4 feet per trip. And so that's my thought, is that this whole thing here isn't going to take too long to punch through. Once we got through, there's also a big pile of pack rat midden right here that this will make it a little easier for me to, hoist out, get out of the way. But this is the current situation. And this area here had pretty good grades on the channel samples previous. So my thought is that if we don't start getting good ore around here in sufficient quantity, we may need to go somewhere else. We may need to basically abandon Montana B for now and focus more on exploration. That's another reason why currently I'm working on looking at samples from other locations and stuff, because it's not like we're looking at this going, hey man, there's piles of gold here, we just need to dig out. It's like, nah, we're not moving it fast enough. It's not a high enough grade to be profitable.
Part of being a professional is knowing when to walk away.
Yeah. And one of the things that was frustrating about this was in this area here, I was digging, and I was getting a nice wide vein, and it was looking pretty good. So I thought, boy, this area here is going to be some juicy stuff. And then what happened was the old timers had dug all of that stuff back in, and then the pack rats had just filled it with pack rat midden. So it looked like it was a continuous slope here, and it wasn't. It was more like this. So it's very, very disappointing when I go to start really moving some good ore and it's just pack rat midden, So let's say we shall see what we shall see. But I think in another 2 trips, we should be pretty close to making this breakthrough and seeing about going below the 40-foot level here. Now, at that point, we may also start a new ladder track. Once we clean off this surface here, we'll decide, but this might be a good spot to stop this ladder track, have a step, and then bring a new one so we can hoist from down below up to here and then transfer to another one. We'll have to see. Hey, Jeff, how's it going? And so that's kind of where we're sitting in Montana B. Top of the hill, we got some assay results back from the samples that we took, and they were pretty much crap so far. Okay. So we haven't found anything up there that, is exciting at this point in time. Okay. There was a lot of stuff that happened up there, but I can't tell what it is and where and this and that, but we certainly haven't gotten in any samples of anything good where we've actually taken a sample on it. Okay. So we shall see what we shall see. Of course, they say Jeff's supposed to be here. Do you have any idea about what part of August you're supposed to be here, Jeff? I bet you it's not that hot in Florida. It's probably about the same temperature here, but it's probably humid to beat hell in Florida right now. We're at 92 degrees, but it's not terribly uncomfortable because the humidity is, I don't know, it's getting kind of humid.
Yeah, it's getting a little muggy and it's getting really hazy.
Hazy, high thin clouds, so that helps.
Things are looking bizarre out here.
So,
I mean, look at it. If that
smoke, maybe?
I don't know if that's smoke for wildfires or what, because we can't see those mountains at the moment.
Oh, Jeff says 93 weeks, 97 degrees at 80% humidity.
Wow.
That would suck, the big one.
Yeah, I do believe it's forest fire smoke from somewhere.
That smells a little bit like smoke, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
wondering where we have forest fires at the moment.
Oh, it could be Canada again.
Yeah, that would be just like those damn Canadians.
Yeah, those Canucks.
Go ahead.
So, anyhow, last week of August. Okay, Jeff. Sounds cool.
Looking forward to it.
Yep. So,
I want silver.
around here, it's about 30%, I'd say, maybe 40 at the most. Doesn't feel that bad out there, but it's more humid than usual. And so well, I think it's more than 3 degrees, Minor Jim.
It says here, Holt Fire and Bowles Lake Fire scorched over 2,700 acres in the northern Rockies.
Yeah, that could be it. I bet you mean 93 degrees and 40% humidity, Jim.
And the first 2023 wildland fire in Yellowstone.
Yep. So, anyhow.
I'm looking at the map.
Jim's, I think, fairly close to where we're at right now. I presume he's at his house, actually. Yeah, 93. That's about right. But again, 40% humidity is a whole lot better than 80% humidity. Absolutely. And Tom says 105 with 30% humidity. Yeah, let's see. It's about, you should be getting those afternoon thunderstorms now too, Tom, huh? Sounds good, Jeff. It'd be nice to meet you finally. But anyhow, so
yeah, looking forward to it.
Say Jeff's got at least one sample that he'll need to be, we'll need to go through carefully and do the process. He's got other locations, I believe, so that may be repeated on that. But this is going to be an interesting summer for the initial testing sort of situation. Whereas last year was more a matter of production and milling stuff.
Yeah, we actually have a few right outside Helena and those mountains.
Which one's out there by McDonald?
Yeah, out on the east side, out on the west side of town,
Okay.
and on the east side of town,
Absolutely, Jeff.
we got
Um,
a couple in the Helen National Forest.
The gentleman I was talking to yesterday wasn't real clear on what the purpose of all the tests was and why you did this and why you did that. So I had to spend a fair amount of time kind of clarifying.
Highway 12 fires.
Yeah, you can't. Highway 12, is up? How near is it?
It says 2.7 miles west of Helena. It's a grass fire.
2.7 miles west of Helena.
3790 West Highway 12. It's right down the
Yeah,
road.
you should be able to see it from the.
It's just a really small
That's just right over here.
active grass fire updated 12 minutes ago.
Don't see anything. We don't get it. We don't have
There's
a window
one
on the
at 40
west side.
Lincoln Road West.
Lincoln Road West. Okay.
That's a tenth of an acre. It's a little one northwest of Helena.
Yep. So, anyhow, I say that it should be an interesting summer, and we will get some videos up here this week, one way or the other. I say we got the GoPro. We just have to learn how to use it. We got this. We just got to learn how to use the Wi-Fi function now since the hardwire broke.
Yeah.
But
But if the great gods of camcorder send a camcorder, I wouldn't object. Never hurts to have some spares around.
anyhow, so
Saddle off ramp fire.
the what ramp?
Saddle off ramp. 3 miles south of Helena.
Saddle off ramp, 3 miles south of
Yeah,
Helena.
it's just it looks like a little, a little tenth of an acre.
Not sure where that one is.
Yeah, right down.
That's almost like it's South Helena there.
Yeah,
3 miles.
it's in South Helena off of I-15. It looks like it's right off the highway.
Huh.
Literally, I'm assuming it's an off ramp.
Yeah, kind of like where is that your ENT that's there? Is that the ENT office right there?
Yeah, it might be.
I think so, yeah. But anyhow, apparently things are burning up everywhere.
Oh, we got a bunch of little fires around town.
Sweet, Brian. Yeah, my the ladder track's basically 24 inches wide.
There's a big fire in the Sapphire Range.
I had
The Bowles Creek fire.
we had enough pieces cut and cross drilled and this and that and the other ready for about 10 feet more of ladder track, 2 5-foot sections. And I was welding on it and I got 10 minutes from being done on the second piece and ran out of wire.
Day Creek fire.
So frustrating. So
23 miles
I'll probably get
east of
that piece done
town.
tomorrow. But
Big fire in Day Creek.
we need to extend the ladder track where we're at, but from where the end of the ladder track is right now, we can add another 12 feet with what we have on hand, and I'm pretty sure that's going to get us into air down here without a problem. So I'd say that part's pretty straightforward. And I'm not sure when we're going to run out of that secondary cable that we're using. We're using a block and a secondary cable. But this last piece of ladder track that I made, the next one that'll go on, it's got the cross bracing, and we have plenty of cable to run the end of that all the way down here and hook it up so we can extend our depth and everything. And I say it's going fairly well.
Well, there's a couple of big ones around.
Well, that's quite an upgrade, Brian. So that's the plan there. Milling is, again, just running some more. We got at least one more tank load sitting out there. With the course,
By the Deer Lodge National Forest.
with the coarse stuff that's stockpiled out at the mill, I mean, what I've been doing is when I get ore and I put it in a bucket, I found out last year that the moist stuff tends to pack in the jaw. And one way I could really reduce that was to screen it to half inch minus and half inch plus. The half inch minus is small enough it can go directly into the Stutenroth, so I don't need to crush it. The half inch plus, when I feed that in the jaw crusher, it doesn't stick. It doesn't have the fines and the moisture to stick. So that way I've eliminated two problems. Number one, I have to put like half the material through the jaw crusher. And number two, it goes through a heck of a lot easier.
Yeah, it's 175 miles to Yellowstone, by the way. It's down I-15.
Okay. But, well, then you'd be going across too. We could cut a diagonal. But anyhow, the other thing I was doing was when I wanted with big rocks, I would generally just chuck them off to the side and build a stockpile of bigger rocks that need to be broken before I can put them into the jaw crusher. And so I'm starting to get a fair stockpile of larger rock there too. So I may have enough at the ranch for 2 batches. That would be kind of marginal, but maybe. But I got well over 1 batch. Anyhow, so that's basically it. We went fishing the other day, or I went fishing the other day, and Eva went bird watching. I don't know why, but she likes pelicans. And
Pelicans are freaking awesome, dude. How can anybody not like pelicans?
I think they're pretty ugly. But anyhow, they also get really annoying when they
Well,
eat your bait. You have to drag
anyway.
one up to the boat and get the hook out of its mouth.
You have zero taste in animals anyway. You don't like sphinx cats.
Yep. But anyhow,
There's something seriously wrong with you.
so sure, go ahead, Brian. So the there's another dam here. I used to be going mainly to Hauser Dam. True. But anyhow, oh, and I sent that notification hard copy out today, Tom, to the landlord. So we should be covered on that because I sent them an email and they didn't. No, you don't, John, but they don't. The birds don't essentially understand that they're not supposed to eat the sardine. The tuna are. But anyhow, I sent them the email saying what the plan was and asked if that was sufficient notice. Never got an answer. Knowing these people, that's not a good sign. So I sent them registered return receipt, hard copy today.
Did you also put that money in the bank?
Yes, I did. So anyhow, that should be covered. August 31st, last day. But so we went out below Hauser Dam, a little bit further down, like 20 miles down the rivers, Holter Dam. And most of these dams on the Missouri are not for flood control. They're simply for power generation. So as soon as they get enough drop and a good place to build a dam so they can put another powerhouse, they do that. So they're fairly tightly spaced on this section of the Missouri. And we went below Holter Dam, and I tried to duplicate what I did a week or so ago with basically floating hole night crawlers along the bottom and the tail race of the powerhouse. And yeah, it was still working just fine. You say 15?
You hooked 20 and you landed 14.
Okay. My official scorekeeper says that I hooked 20. And by hooking, it's not just I had it on for a second, but you're bringing it in and then finally it throws the hook sort of thing. So I hooked 20 and landed 14 and then let them go, And these were trout. Smallest one was about this big, and the biggest one was more about that big. you know, about 20 inches or something like that. My wrist was sore by the end of the day. That's always a good thing. Exactly, Tom. That's the way we have to do it with those people, you know. So anyhow, we had a good time. As Eva was kicking back, that the particular spot there, the West Bank, is pretty tall, steep bank there, and so by 3 in the afternoon, there's some patches of shadow, and then it just gets bigger and bigger. So Eva was kicking back in her chair, and I was fishing, and we had a good time. She was watching the pelicans
and the blue herons
and the blue herons
and the
ospreys.
And we saw that deer.
You know, so as say we oh, and that's right. When we were walking down there, we had a deer that was right by the river in front of us. He managed to go the other way and get up without a problem. But yeah, we had a good time, and um, we. I was rather embarrassed when my family was here this spring, and I couldn't find them some really successful fishing. So, in the spirit of familial obligation, I feel I must do whatever research is necessary so that next year they won't be gravely disappointed in the fishing opportunities here. So I will simply have to make the sacrifices, whatever they may be, such that when they show up again next year, uh, we don't have that problem.
Will this include getting a boat? The goddess wants a boat.
Boat's nice, but there's a lot of issues with boats.
Well,
They're a
I'm
lot
thinking,
easier on lakes than on the
I'm
river.
thinking kayak for two, or canoe for two,
Yeah, so
or
those work.
rowboat.
Those work okay on the. If it's underwater, then does that count? Well, I figure in the case of a release by my thing, you got to get up where it's actually kind of on the wet part of the bank. I mean, it's laying on its side in the real shallow water. At that point, if it throws the hook, I'll give that a release. But it rarely have. They usually throw the hook a little bit offshore when they're coming up to the. There's a rather steep bank there. It's rock, and so when they come up to that they're kind of working back and forth, pulling hard, and they can get you caught in the rocks and stuff. I lost several of them right there. There's
Yeah.
also one that I really wish I'd have brought in. Um, didn't have much of a chance. My drag was set pretty good in terms of didn't have any problem except for one fish. I was out there and I was drifting it, on the bottom. You can feel it bumping, and then it gets to a certain point and you lose it. You're no longer feeling the bottom. So my guess is it kind of drops off a little bit, and free spool, kick it back in, so get it back on the bottom, and something hit it and just went zzz, pop, just about that fast, and it broke right at the hook. So it could have been like a big brown or a big wall, something with sharp teeth that cut the line. I don't know. Whatever it was, it was bigger than the other stuff I was catching, but I can't tell.
Well, the goddess is still waiting for you to catch dinner.
You could add plenty of rainbows if you wanted them for dinner. You a little particular. Next time, you know what we need to do, little one?
What?
We need to take some leeches with us,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll use a slip bobber. And you know where all those kokanee were
Yeah.
jumping? Drift a leech about 6 feet deep there. Now, do you know what I mean by a slip bobber?
Yeah. I think you've explained this to me before.
Well, basically, it slides on the line, and you put a little stop on the line, and you have a split shot on the other end. And so when you bring it up like this, it's only this far from the end of the line. But then when you throw it out, the line slides through it, and your bait can be down however deep you need. Um, but I think if we try leeches, drifting them along that shore there, if there are any uh, walleye, we should be able to maybe get something about it. You thought it was a mining channel. Rocks, water, you know, it's an outdoor channel. How's that?
Sure. There may be gold there.
Yeah, that would be kind of funny. We could take a gold pan down there and see what we can find and something like that.
Fanning those sands.
I think we need to go just a little bit farther down than where I was primarily fishing. So, because when they were digging out the dam, as things are washing downstream, they might have got stuff there. But where we were at, there was probably excavation that was done there.
Well, if people would ask questions.
Yep, Jeff, that sounds like a plan. Jim says probably find sapphires. Now that's a possibility too.
I certainly wouldn't object.
Absolutely. At least the water was a lot less terrifying than it was the previous time I was there when they had 5 floodgates open. Oh, that was another thing that was fun. They had signs. If sirens sound, water may rise rapidly. So we're kicking back. I'm fishing and everything. Siren sounds. We're like, what I did was because I know they can't really raise the water super quick. But I took Eva and moved her down stream just a little bit to where she was right next to where the upper walkway was. Basically, there's like 2 ledges. And that one, that was just barely a wash when they had 5 floodgates open. And they had no floodgates on. So I was like, yeah, I know that's going to be safe for quite a while. Yeah, so I moved her down there and started fishing, just continuing fishing. And then they did open one of the floodgates a bit.
Yeah, after they sounded a different type of siren.
Yeah, there was 3 or 4 sirens all over. There was 2 different types, and I think each one went twice.
Yeah.
No doubt somebody was also looking downstream to see if there was anyone being really stupid or whatever. But yeah, and when they opened the other flood, I put a rock right at the edge of the water. I couldn't see any difference in the water height. But yeah, that's weird when you're below a dam and you hear the siren go off, and it's like, okay, what are they going to do? That was kind of fun. So we had a fun day, interesting day. Let's see. We had.
Well, we have to finish filling that tank that we have out there.
Yes, I know.
And we do have cartridges that we can try stripping as soon as we get out there again.
Well, first we got to see. I got to prep this sample so we can send some off to the assay lab too, since they would like results in about 2 weeks. So we need to get something going there. But I say we got lots of stuff to do. And then you derailed my train of thought again. The gentleman in Nigeria apparently, and there is a little bit of a language problem. He speaks English just fine. He's actually called me a couple of times, but I think it's terminology. When I say crusher, I think he's talking a trommel drum. Okay. But anyhow, be that as it may, the material that they have, they basically do something to it to break it up or break it down, run it over mercury. Yeah, they use an amalgamation mercury plate. And then he wanted to do cyanide leaching of the tailings. And there were some people there that wanted to subcontract that. And so I gave him some of the safety issues and this and that and the other. And then he called back and said the recovery didn't seem to be what they anticipated. And basically, you've got, I think, classification. I'm just guessing on this part. Amalgamation. Cyanide. Zinc shavings. An acid. And then smelting. And basically, what they don't get with the amalgamation, they send to cyanide. Now, I recommended that they consider eliminating the amalgamation step and going to a higher, fairly high efficiency gravity separation, especially as you're using cyanide for the microfine. There's no reason to deal with the toxicity of mercury, in my opinion. You should certainly thoroughly investigate whether you can eliminate it without hurting your overall recovery. Then with the cyanide, they precipitate that on zinc shavings. They're not using the Merrill-Crowe process with dust and all that other stuff. They're just precipitating it on zinc shavings, then dissolving the zinc shavings in sulfuric acid, then dissolving that residue in nitric acid, and then smelting the residue. And at the end, they weren't getting the recovery they think. But the subcontractor, essentially, who was dealing with the zinc shavings, said they look about the right color and everything. Then when they did the acid digestion, the guy who was doing that said that in his opinion, just a second, I can see something here. See if this helps. Bet you that helps on the whiteboard. Yep. He said I'm going to make up some numbers here, but I'm pretty sure they're close. They had like 14 grams of residue. Now, this is what's left after digestion in sulfuric acid, then rinsing, then digestion in nitric acid. That's going to dissolve a lot of stuff. So this guy was saying, out of 14 grams of residue, we should get like 12 grams of gold. And instead, they only got 4. So I said, I think the problem's probably right in here. I would agree that after that kind of digestion, 14 grams of residue, 12 grams of gold makes perfect sense. 4, I'm pretty skeptical here. So my thought is that the smelting process wasn't done properly. Okay? Whether that's through accident or deliberate, I don't know. But I suggested to him a couple things. First of all, always bring home your slag too. And number 2, bring your own crucible. Once they use it, take that crucible home with you. Wow, that's a lot, John. And so I'm not sure what happened there, but I mean, first of all, no, they weren't. Well, I really don't know, Brian, but they weren't using a collector, I don't believe, because there was no talk of any kind of cupelling. Okay. But my thought is the flux could be wrong. They didn't get it hot enough, so you don't have enough fluidity, something like that there, or whatever. But if you have your own crucible and you bring home all your slag, whatever gold was in the system, you still got. On the other hand, if you take your concentrates and hand it to a guy, he uses his crucible, he melts it, he keeps the slag. If that gold that was in the concentrate, the residues, doesn't thoroughly percolate and collect itself in the slag at the bottom, then you're not going to get a good recovery and you're going to have a very gold rich slag. Say, by making sure that you take the slag home with you and the crucible home with you, um, they don't have any reason not to do a good job.
Yeah, we keep all our slag
What,
for a reason.
whether it's accidental or deliberate, first of all, there's always going to be some gold in the slag. Okay. 1 or 2% when you're dealing with these kind of numbers is a significant amount. Let's assume that they were actually going to get 12 grams. Well, 1% is, 12 hundredths of a gram. That's a fair amount of gold. So always, examine the crucible too. As soon as it's cool to where you can handle it, use good light and look. But as soon as you pour it, if you look in the crucible, if there's metal beads still in the slag in the crucible, there'll be glowing spots. At that point in time, they're going to be losing heat faster than the slag, and you'll actually have glowing spots. So when you pour it, look in the crucible, see if you got any what they call shot in the crucible. If you do, then you didn't get a good smelt.
You notice I always check my crucibles and we keep all our slag.
Yeah, I know, little one. But anyhow, so those were the suggestions I made to him. I said, that's where I think your problem most likely is. All these other things, what you're describing and what the experts were telling you make perfect sense. And what the guy who did the digestion said to me makes perfect sense. 14 grams of residue, 12 grams of gold. Makes perfect sense to me. 4 grams of gold does not. Not when you've digested it in both sulfuric and nitric acid. There's not a whole lot that doesn't dissolve in one of those two, So that's where I think his problem is, and that's one way you can prevent somebody from having the motivation to intentionally create an inefficient extraction. Because if he gets to keep the crucible and the slag, he's actually got a motivation to cheat you and not do a good job. According to the gentleman, a decent wage in that part of Nigeria was like $70 a month. Okay. Now let's say he had, let's be generous, only 10 grams of gold. Well, let's say he said it was only running about 18 karat or something like that anyhow. So let's say 10 grams of actual gold was in the residues, and they actually they got only 4. So my calculator says that's 6 grams, and currently
$300 is about $50 a gram.
I think it's more than 50. What's the current price of gold, little one?
Good question. I don't have it right in front of me.
Okay. Anyone know the current price of gold?
I'm getting it right now.
Well, I got all kinds of people. Exactly, John. 63. So you're
$1,952.
okay. So he's talking $63 per gram. So 63 times 6, $378 disappeared.
Months worth of work.
Divided by 70.
5 months, 6 months.
5.4 months worth of a decent labor. That's motivation to get sloppy, so to speak.
Yeah, and even if you only get sloppy once a year, you
wouldn't want to get sloppy once a year, because then the other times would make it look weird.
Yeah.
63 a gram, John. But by providing your own crucible, taking all the slag back home with you, there's no longer a motivation to do that. You know, say so.
Wow, I actually have an email
That
I want to read.
you,
This is amazing.
you got to sit there and look at the situation and say, okay, how can I create a situation where his motivation is to do the best job he can for me? And say that there's certain things and certain processes where certain things work and certain things don't. Well, in the local um, coin shop here, they got a number of, were they 1 kilo bars of silver?
Yeah.
Yeah, 1 kilo bars of silver. They got quite a few of them, like 50 or something. They bought over the counter from somebody. And because they just want to turn them and turn it back into cash real quick, they're actually selling 1 kilo bars of gold for $1 per, not gold, silver.
$1
1 kilo
per
bars
ounce
of silver for $1 per ounce over spot. So that's a heck of a good price. Usually your commission is going to be, $5 to $10 over spot. So if anyone's looking for kilo bars of silver right now and you're in the Helena area, like maybe Dave, that's a good place. You too, Jim, you know, over there at Grizzly. But that's, say that was a pretty good deal. Oh, let's see. Any other news? Any other plans? Not that I can think of. I've already been on for an hour and 21 minutes. Oh my goodness, I'm such
Well,
a.
right now I'm answering a very important email.
I'm so talkative.
Y'all gonna be holding it on.
Okay, holding it. Anyone have any questions, real quick, or any interesting situations? The sky is falling. I don't think so. Maybe mistaken, but I don't think so. Really, Jim? What was the price of silver then? Right now, let's see.
24 and change today.
It's 1 divided by 24.5. About a 4% markup right now. But if you were back in the days of, $6, $7, $8 silver, then you're looking at a more normal markup of the 10 to 15% sort of thing. How's things been going, Jim? 13 to 17. Yeah, about twice than what it is now. That'd be about 2 now. Yeah, I started in 1980 at a gold mine. So how's things going with you, Jim? Things interesting, productive, and happy? Haven't seen you much. You must be busy. Oh. Uh, it's been a more reasonable pace this summer than last summer because we're not spending the intense effort establishing and sinking on that decline out there. So I say that it's been a bit more laid back this summer, and then by the end of August we should have no more recurring costs down in Tucson, so that'll help. In general, things are going pretty good. Oh, what the heck? I think he was got some modest stuff on the tinfoil hat report.
Yeah, I don't have much of anything for the tinfoil hat report. You can just keep it up because I'm talking to somebody important right now.
Okay, fine.
This is about my game. I mean, this is serious shit here.
Had to finish a cabin, yeah. Up a kinds, visit and consult. Looking and prospecting for another one, huh? Okay, Jim. Yep. Yeah, Jeff. Um, what with all the international situation and the financial situation, I would expect the precious metals to uh, to go up because there's a lot of countries that are trying to de-dollarize, and I just don't see how that doesn't reduce the international value of the dollar. Um, and I still have yet to see some really careful analysis of the consequences of these things. It's kind of strange. I wouldn't be surprised, Jeff. I don't see things smoothing out anytime soon. So that's um, concerning. But when it comes to the price of precious metal, I mean, I think there's a hard floor here. I don't think they can drop much, but they can certainly go up. That's my thought. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me a bit, Jim. Um, but I see a lot of potential for an upside move. I don't see much potential for any downside of any significance for any length of time. That's my own personal opinion. This is not financial advice, blah, blah, blah. I mean, just kind of the way I look at the situation. And so I can see a lot of things that could drive the price up. I don't see anything that could drive the price down that I can think of. So, say I'm thinking if anyone's got precious metals and is wondering if now's a good time to sell, I'd say no. But that's just me. Um, and say in the meantime, even I having fun and the fishing's pretty good. They were sold 1.5 and 1 ounce coins went to court at $7 an ounce. Now that they're collector's item, they're on eBay for $50 an ounce. Yeah. Well, Eva bought a round. Did you mention that one last week?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
That turned out to be a bit of a collector item. Nothing huge, but I mean, it's worth substantially more than what she paid for it.
Worth over 10 times what I paid for it.
Hey, honey bunny, that's okay. Put down the bottle. Focus. But yeah, I'd say that's a good retirement plan, Jeff. Really? Well, I presume you did it for a good reason, honey bunny, and I encourage you to keep it up. Okay? Well, that's a significant amount of money. Eva got her first test fitting of the dentures today, and they're going to be making some changes. And when are we supposed to go back, little one?
They will call me when the new
They will call you. Okay. So I was wondering because I don't recall when. Yeah, honey bun, especially with what's happened to your body, anything you can do to help that liver is not a bad thing. But yeah, they said they did a first test fitting, and they'll going to make some changes, and then they'll bring them back, and she'll try them again, something like that. I'm not sure. I've never done this, and neither is she, so not sure exactly what's going on. But that's the situation. And her sons come here Wednesday about noon. They're going to be flying in. They just happen to be on the same plane, but I think they actually wind up on the same plane in Salt Lake or something. I don't think they're not taking off from Tucson together, are they?
I am not sure. I think Dylan. I don't know whether.
I suspect it's something like they actually make like Ryan's coming from Tucson. He went from Boston to Tucson to visit friends and stuff like that. And so now he's, coming up here to visit us. And I think his brother is probably like, you know, winding up on the same plane in like Salt Lake or Boise or something like that. Yeah, that would do it, Jeff. Uh, some of it's really great for gold or for iron, honey bunny. Um, say the samples we took at top of the hill weren't that good. Oh, iron. Okay, that's why I know you were interested in getting iron ore. Yeah, say it's best to check. You'd hate to find out 2 years from now that you've been throwing away money all that time. Uh, yeah, it's hard to tell depending on where you're at. Iron doesn't necessarily have gold, but in this particular sample that we're given, it'll be interesting to see what all's in that, because say we got a complex sulfide ore there, and we'll see all the stuff that's in it and kind of go from there. But I really have no idea. I don't know if there's any gold in it. No results, not even hand pan at this point. Hopefully, I'll fix that tomorrow. Um, did we get any in the tank already, or is it still zero? We got 900 in it, right?
Yeah, you got 900.
Yeah. Okay. It's been one of those weeks. Yeah. So I got another 600 to do in the tank, and then I got that sample to crush for the testing, and then I need to open up the rolls and start jaw crushing for the stockpile. Yeah, I've got. We put 900 pounds of finely ground ore in the agitation tank last time we were out there. This is primarily from the vein, honey bunny, and we've got 600 to go because we can do 1,500 pounds per batch. So 900 in the tank, 600 to go. I've used basically wheelbarrows a lot, but not a deer carrier. And yeah, we filled up that other tank now, haven't we?
Yeah.
Huh. Wonder if we should pump. What do you think? Pump that pregnant tank onto the pad and see if it'll wash out some more gold?
Yeah.
It wouldn't hurt. So, we got plenty of things to do here, but it was kind of fun fishing. It's about a 1 hour drive there, 1 hour drive back, but that's not too bad. Yeah, I'd like to try drifting some leeches and see what happens. According to Lauren, that far side has walleye, but that looks like a tough place to get to.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they had a really serious time getting down there, the people I saw there.
And that bank is way too steep. It does not have a nice path on it anywhere, I'm sure. So yeah. I'm not sure what to say. It's not some place that's going to be EVA friendly, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
The near bank, that's EVA friendly.
Yeah.
That's pretty easy to get to and everything. It was kind of funny towards the end of the day when we were getting ready to come back, heard a girl yelling, "Dad, Dad, Dad!" Looked downstream, and some, what would you guess she was, like 14 or something?
Yeah, probably.
Probably about a 14-year-old girl.
14, 15, 16.
You know, there was a mother.
She was a mid-teen.
Yeah, mother, two daughters, father. Father was still walking down the trail, and she's sitting there with her pole all bendo like that. Yeah. Sweet. Have you been looking at the chat, Honey Bunny? That question actually came up earlier today. Is that what it is, or is that a just synchronicity? Only buy cents. Business agent at Union Hall. Wow, that was a pretty good deal. Yeah, yeah. They were actually talking. Miner Jim was looking for some railroad spikes, but he was looking for particular. I mean, he wants to drive them. I don't know if you want them for holding down track or for the iron in them. I have no clue. Yep. Say Jim was actually looking for some for mining. Use them for rock ripping. That would seem kind of soft to me, unless you're just wedging, a crack open a little bit, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I use those Hilti bits are some hard steel, and they still wind up pretty dull in a not too long period of time. Just for like a rake sort of thing, Honey Bunny. Anyhow, I know. It's easier to drag spikes than use the bucket, huh? Must be fairly soft. Would a mini excavator work? You just don't happen to have one, or what's the deal? Okay. I know in Australia they're using milling machines that like you'd use for milling an asphalt road to actually mine the ore in the big pits, Pilbara or something like that, and they just run the mills and the conveyor dumps it into the haulers, and seems to be a fairly efficient way to go about things. You wind up with a nice, fairly well ground up material to dump in your processing plant. You don't have much in the way of big rocks or anything. I presume they can maintain the ore grade control fairly easily. Not sure how.
There in a couple of minutes. I just gotta.
Forrest says, "Tell Eva chop chop." Okay. Yeah. The asphalt machine was invented in Minnesota, I was told. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, who invented the teeth? The little pointy spikes that they use on almost all of these things, whether it's a continuous miner with a ball shaped thing or a disc or this. They all use those carbide core teeth, and while they may have minor differences, the basic function. Was that the teeth or the actual asphalt milling machine, Jim? hole machine, huh? Okay. Yeah, I say somebody, somebody made teeth for something, probably continuous miners. And then somebody came up with the idea, well, just let's make a drum and shave it just like you would on a milling wood, except you got carbide tip teeth. That depends on what kind of a side slope you're working, honey bunny. Okay. Yep, that can be an issue. Carbide frost teeth from a trencher originally. Okay. 22 to 27 degrees. That's pretty steep. I can flip stuff over. Wouldn't surprise me, Chris. No, no, they're designed for fairly flat and fairly homogeneous material. They just take um, a nice even shave off of it. So milling a road is perfect for them. But also, if you had a big giant, iron ore body, you live on the side of a steep valley. Well, maybe you need to unsteep it a little bit, honey bunny. Have you thought of that? Either that or terrace it, like they do the farms in the Far East. Oh, oh my goodness. Well, yeah, it's just logical. Yeah, again, I got video in here of the Montana bee. And, well, wait a minute. Did we actually load that up? I think I might have actually done that one. Let me see here. Top of the hill, Sunday Drive. Yep. And that's what's in the camera that I haven't been able to download. Oh my goodness, John, that would be horrible. Now, is this asphalt or concrete? Yeah, this one right now, this wire broke here. You can probably see the little. So we need how to learn how to download via Wi-Fi, but it says it's got the capacity. Too much asphalt, not enough granular. Oh my goodness. Squish. I was once working with some people who did a repaving job at San Francisco International on the runways, and they were using an asphalt rubber mix, and they had like between midnight and 5 or something like that to work. So they had to get it laid out, fully compacted and cooled. What they were doing. In a very short period of time. And
Okay, now I'm going to jump to the
that must be kind of, I don't know, not spooky, but just a lot of pressure there when you're working on an airport and things like FOD, stuff like that. I've done a couple of kettle corn things out on air bases and such. Stop the truck as soon as you go, at the gate into the airfield part, and check all the tires for FOD. Yeah, it's like everything else. And everything's more complicated than it looks at first glance. There's always nuances everywhere.
Totally and completely. And I think I got stuff taken care of in my game.
Yeah, they better quality control checks and things like that. That's important. But yeah, oh, there she is. All righty.
Don't forget to put my sign up.
Yes, got
Move
it.
it or lose it. Move it or lose it. Get out the way. Hi, everybody. Sorry I'm late. We had this massive drama happen in my favorite solitaire game online. So I've been trying to deal with that. Hi, Kodak. Hi, Honey Bunny. Hi, everybody. Anyway, yeah, I got fitted for my dentures. I can already tell I'm not going to be happy with this, okay? Not happy Kemper. But, oh well. Another couple of weeks and I will have teeth. This is going to be a good thing. So, absolutely nothing is going on in the news, as we all know. I mean, well, the ever increasing amount of smoke in the where there's smoke, there's fire scenario concerning whistleblowers and Hunter Biden and Joe Biden and the FBI is getting rather interesting, except that nobody's talking about it. The very interesting continuing de-dollarization that nobody's talking about is going on. In that regard, the latest scuttlebutt on the issue of BRICS and gold-based trade unit that they're looking at. Rumors are swirling. Indian people are talking about this. Brazilian people are talking about this. Chinese people are talking about this. South African people and other African nations are talking about this. Vlad, the invader, is being quiet about this. Our media and all of our economists are either studiously ignoring it or saying, nah, never going to happen. Dollar's king, dollar supremacy, blah, 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 yak, yak, yak. It should be noted that if you believe some of the language that's coming out of Mordor on the Potomac, they're actually worried about this, even though everyone here is totally and completely ignoring it. We know they're worried about this because old Yellen the Felon, when she was over there talking to the Chinese recently, after Blinken talked to the Chinese recently, she basically was threatening them and saying that no, they absolutely have to not be doing any business in yuan. Everybody has to be doing business in the dollar because, well, the dollar is the world reserve currency. And if you don't do business in the dollar, it's very insulting to the American people and it will make the American people very, very pissed off. Yeah.
She hold her breath till she passes out.
This is really a nice message. And then Matt Gaetz, who is some sort of a Congress critter, I do believe, maybe from Florida or someplace similar, I do believe. Mr. Gaetz was commenting that de-dollarization would actually be a bad thing because if people de-dollarize, then the American government wouldn't be able to control them or have any power over them anymore when it comes to economic sanctions. Well, no shit, Sherlock. Maybe, just maybe, people are getting a little bit tired of the United States blackmailing them with sanctions and threats of sanctions and confiscating their money with minimal or zero due process, whether it was deserved or not. I mean, due process is due process. If it's deserved, yeah. If it's not deserved, that's what due process is for, to make sure it don't happen. So it is interesting to note, Yeah, they've got almost the whole world hating us at this point. Just saying. And then a fascinating picture that may or may not have been photoshopped, but it certainly nobody has been able to prove it was photoshopped, came out that showed one of Hunter Biden's coterie of lawyers enjoying a little recreational time with a bong, B-O-N-G, on Hunter Biden's balcony. Fascinating. Now, the goddess firmly believes that if you happen to live in an area where recreational drugs are legal and recreational drugs are a thing, that's fine, great, and wonderful. The goddess also firmly believes that lawyers should not be partaking in things that may be legal on the state level but are still outlawed on the federal level. Unless, of course, they have a medical card for said things. The goddess also firmly believes that if you have a medical card for such substances, you probably shouldn't be a lawyer. But that's just the goddess being old-fashioned and absolutist, you know. The goddess should probably learn a little bit of tolerance. After all, the world is changing, as we've all been told. The goddess also has noted that the interesting spin happening on movies is continuing. So we now have what you could basically call a tale of two movies. On one hand, we have Sound of Freedom over here, which the media is still claiming is a vast right-wing conspiracy slash boomers fantasy slash QAnon adjacent thing that nobody is actually going to see at all. Everybody is just buying the tickets for, but the theaters are totally and completely empty. Therefore, it's irrelevant. And then we have a brand new bubblegum pink movie that just came out about Barbie. Even if you were not a chick, you can't have lived on this planet and not have run into Barbie at some point. Okay? The goddess had Barbies. The goddess actually liked her Barbies. This movie was apparently originally sold with its PG-13 rating as a nice feel-good warm summer rom-com thing for kids. It's Barbie, which Barbie is for little girls anyway. Okay? Well, the goddess saw the opening scene of this movie on somebody's show the other day. And the goddess must say it was nightmare inducing to see someone making a parody of the opening of 2001. That's something that old people may remember. It was a movie that opened with this beautiful black monolith, and the monolith seemed to be controlling the movements of a troop of apes. This troop of apes was just kind of twitching around like the monolith was playing with their minds to figure out what they were. And then all of a sudden, one of the apes picked up a bone and started busting other bones. And all the apes went crazy. And then they had learned to murder, so they went and took over another troop of apes. And thousands and millions of years later, we're in space. Well, apparently this new Barbie movie opens with the music from 2001 type thing, and there's a bunch of sweet, innocent little girls playing with their infant baby dolls, the nice, pudgy, cute little baby dolls. And then they're overtaken by the image of this impossibly proportioned Barbie doll, and they proceed to bash in the heads of their baby dolls. Now, there are actually people out there on the left, and even a few who purport to be on the right, that are trying to say, oh no, this new Barbie movie is not the wokest thing ever, even though Ken apparently is a total feminist simp who never gets any and completely trashes masculinity, and there's trans Barbie doctors and other things like that. Um, oh no, it's not uber woke at all. It is the ultimate troll. They are trolling woke. It is a parody of woke. Therefore, it's perfectly safe to bring your very young children to, so that they can be greeted with the sight of little girls committing murder of infant baby dolls. Yeah, the goddess will be very, very happy if the nightmares of Hollyweird come true at this point. Because part of this writer's strike that's been going on for the last 3 months that we never hear about, part of the writer's strike is over the fact that AI can look almost like real humans now. And AI and CGI are so realistic that, heaven forbid, real creatives, actors and actresses and writers, may be out of jobs. At this point, the goddess thinks that may not come soon enough. Just saying. Because that Barbie movie opening scared the ever loving snot out of the good old goddess. And the goddess does not scare easy. But in other news, silver and gold are still on sale, which is an excellent point, because the goddess's most amazing and totally excellent grizzly gold and silver right here in little old Helena, Montana, is giving me 7 times face value on 40% Kennedys and 11 times face value on old, pretty worn but not slick Franklin halves and seated Liberty halves. So the goddess is a happy, happy camper. And in that regard, it should be noted that dude back there, Professor Hardrock, made an interesting observation to me. We were discussing this de dollarization thing, and he pointed out absolutely zero real economists have actually done an analysis on what it will mean to the world if the US is no longer the world reserve currency. Well, considering the fact that nobody dares look at this, the goddess pointed out to him this is absolutely obvious. No genuine economist of the Keynesian variety is going to want to look at this at all, because it becomes glaringly obvious to anyone with an IQ higher than their underwear size that fiat currency is not money and will never be money. And if your IQ happens to be somewhere between your underwear size and the ambient outdoor temperature, and you are in the northern hemisphere at the moment, then it will dawn on you that A, everybody who's currently involved in the banking industry and government 100% realizes that we are in the middle of a failed economic experiment, and B, with another 10 seconds of thought, anybody in that IQ range is going to realize that that is entirely deliberate, entirely by design, and they've been working toward it for a little over a century now. So, yeah, these people are not exactly going to be talking about this whole mess, because if they talk about this whole mess, then people are going to kind of get a little bit annoyed and really seriously PO'd at them. And PO'd hungry people may decide to eat the rich. It did actually happen once in history. I think it was in the Netherlands. or maybe it was in Scandinavia, or it might have been, in Belgium. But anyway, at some point in the past, the poor, hungry people were so annoyed at their rich, fat politicians that they actually ate them, which, you know, personally, I wouldn't recommend it because, first of all, ours are all way too skinny, except Chris Christie. Second of all, you don't know where they've been. Don't ever eat anything if you don't know where it's been. And don't ever eat anything if you don't know what it's been eating. Do you really trust these people? I don't. Hedge funds are testing the gold water as bullish sentiment hits an 18-month high. Expectations that July will be the Federal Reserve's last rate hike in its most aggressive tightening cycle yet have emboldened hedge funds to jump back into the gold market, even as some are starting to second guess this newfound optimism. The CFTC's disaggregated commitments of traders report for the weekend of July 18th showed money managers increasing their speculative gross long positions in COMEX gold futures by 23,250 contracts to 147,644 contracts. At the same time, short positions fell by 9,625 contracts to a grand total of 32,326. Yes, you heard that right. And they don't even have a problem with that concept, okay? And people wonder why the goddess is firmly convinced there is no gold in COMEX, just as there is no gold in Fort Knox. The gold market is now net long by 115,318 contracts, and bullish speculative positioning has pushed it to its highest levels since early March 2022. During the survey period, gold prices rallied to a 7-week high, testing resistance at around $1,980 an ounce. The rally came after a weaker than expected June consumer inflation data. In reaction to the inflation numbers, some market participants suggested the Federal Reserve now has room to end the aggressive tightening cycle. Aggressive. Methinks they have a different definition of aggressive than the goddess does. Just saying. However, gold has been unable to hold last week's gains as it now tests support above 1950 an ounce. Stubborn core inflation, and a robust labor market, oh really, supporting higher wages, oh really, could force the U.S. Central Bank to maintain its aggressive stance longer than expected. With headline inflation dropping to 3%, if you believe that, the goddess has a bridge she'll sell you. Okay? Many investors believe the U.S. Central Bank was less likely to match its hawkish rhetoric with actual interest rate increases. But with prices falling from the CPI inspired highs following firmer than expected jobless claims data, and rates in the USD again trending higher, it is likely positioning will tilt to the short end as we approach Fed decision day, said analyst at TD Securities in a research note published Friday. With core CPI still running at a high 4.8% and employment staying firm, U.S. monetary officials will continue to talk hawkish after they deliver another 25 basis point hike on Wednesday. It is unlikely to be a positive for gold, and we should see it trade near key support levels, they wrote. In a recent interview with Kitco News, Sean Lusk, co-director of commercial hedging at Walsh Trading, said while he looks to buy gold on any dip, it doesn't pay to try to get in front of the Federal Reserve. Economists and analysts have said gold will regain its luster only when the Federal Reserve has made it clear it is done raising interest rates. However, some economists have said even if July is not the last rate hike, the central bank is entering its end game. And they're closing in on terminal rates, which is why some hedge funds are starting to test the gold investment waters again. Yeah. Oh, just a little side note here. Nothing at all to be concerned about or keep an eye on, but yeah, the official rollout of the CDBC as a behind the scenes things happen this week. Uh, currently just a little wholesale thing between bankers. Of course, it's totally and completely irrelevant. And we all know this. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. It's nothing at all to be concerned about. Which leads to the goddess once again admonishing persons, thou shalt unbank thyself, lest thy fiat go poof. Just saying. I mean, really. Will the FedNow payment system pave the way for digital social engineering? Well, the more relative question here and relevant question here is how soon will the FedNow payment system turn into a vehicle for social engineering? Because you know exactly that's what they want to do. Last week, the Federal Reserve launched its new payment processing system dubbed FedNow. Backing this, by the way, coming soon to a place near you is something called a Fed coin. Officials say FedNow will allow individuals and businesses to initiate instant funds transfers between banks, as if we didn't already have multiple ways to do that. Critics warn FedNow could be a prelude to a central bank digital currency that threatens financial privacy and freedom. Well, Dirk, dude, no shit, Sherlock. Fund transfers between banks made through FedNow will settle directly in accounts at the central bank. Once Fed accounts become widely adopted and used for payments, critics fear it's only one additional step to convert the dollars used in transactions into FedCoin, the proposed digital token to be issued directly by the central bank. To be sure, similar arguments could be used to justify a CBDC, as have been made with FedNow. It will improve speed, efficiency, and reliability of payments. However, the FedNow system is really just a major upgrade to the highly deficient ACH payment system that has limped along for decades with its very slow clearing time, lack of fraud prevention, and other problems, which is why Zelle rose to prominence and why Zelle exists. Concerns about FedNow appear to be overblown. Hmm. How many times has the goddess heard that about other things? And FedNow should not be conflated with totalitarian CBDC schemes. Really now. So if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it may well not be a duck. Okay. Here's what Emile van Huth of the American Institute for Economic Research writes on the risks of CBDCs. Risks CBDCs present include the loss of settlement finality that comes with physical cash, as abandoning cash accompanies the push for CBDCs. Loss of financial privacy, easy seizure of assets, loss of the ability to resolve problems at a local level with a commercial bank, as it would be doubtful a central bank would come to be known for its customer service. Outright prohibition on spending or purchase limits with certain merchants or on certain products. And perhaps, most importantly, the paradigm shift from money as an exercise of economic freedom to one of social engineering by central banks and their respective governments. We're already three-quarters of the way there, people. The latter could manifest itself in various ways, including, to name just a few, negative interest rates, essentially a confiscation of one's savings, the expiry of one's money, yeah, China's planning to do that along with 4 or 5 other countries, with a date determined by the issuing central bank or its government, or even discouraging the consumption of products like gasoline, plane tickets, or red meat in order to enforce a climate agenda, something else that several governments have already openly proposed. The weaponization of the monetary system for social engineering purposes has been in the works for decades. The abandonment of hard currency backed by physical gold and silver gave politicians and central bankers the power to manipulate the supply and value of currency for their own ends. Under a fiat currency regime, central planners arbitrarily try to determine how much inflation, i.e., currency depreciation, to inflict on the economy. Under the Federal Reserve's dual mandate, central bankers are supposed to ensure price stability. Instead, they openly flout that mandate, redefining stable prices as an annual inflation of 2%. Well, of course, the Fed is failing to even deliver on that objective by allowing inflation to run much hotter than 2%. Those who wish to preserve their purchasing power over time while protecting their financial privacy should beware central bankers' new campaigns to promote digital Fed accounts. Hard money held outside the banking system remains the soundest alternative to fiat currency in all of its manifestations. And then a related kind of sort of side note here. While we were at the LCS today, the goddess saw two things that she is never ever going to buy, but they really are kind of pretty. As a matter of fact, they're super, super pretty. Our local coin shop had gotten in one 2023 Morgan silver dollar in a case with a certificate, and one 2023 peace dollar in a case with a certificate. Therein lies the tale when it comes to our extortionate and fully illegal, non-compliant treasury. Because, friends and neighbors, those little beauties were selling on the Mint website for 77 bucks a piece. Okay. And here's the thing. Our dearly beloved Mint is mandated constitutionally to produce coinage, as in dollars, as in Morgan and peace, and that have a certain specific, very specific range of silver in them. Furthermore, there are no less than 4 pieces of legislation that mandate A, what these coins are supposed to look like, and these ones do look like that. B, exactly how much they're supposed to weigh and the dimensions thereof. C, how much the mint is supposed to be paying for planchets, which are only bought from certain very specific refiners and mints, Sunshine Minting being one of them. And D, most critically, the price at which they're supposed to be sold. Our mint, the one that produces, the gold buffaloes, the silver buffaloes, the American silver eagles, the American gold eagles, various commemorative objects, plus these 2 pretty coins. Well, it's already a violation of its constitutional decrees, and it's in violation of every piece of legislation ever written to go along with it. But the part that has the goddess really pissed off right now is the most recent and current head of said mint. Not only is failing in the mint's obligation to mint all coinage in sufficient quantities for the general public to freely purchase, as in no limits, etc., but they've actually cut the mintage of said coinage by half over previous years. By half. Now, the goddess will say, when it comes to silver, and probably when it comes to gold, the goddess never really thought about it, but the goddess will say this. Part of the problem is the limit that Congress put on the mint for how much they're allowed to pay for planchets. Because if you're Sunshine Minting, and you can make your own sunshine rounds and sell them and make a whole lot more money than selling your planchets to the mint, then yeah, that's what you're going to be doing. So the mint always has a problem getting planchets, which they should not have because they used to be able to make them anyway. Just saying. They used to be able to make the damn things. This never should have been farmed out in the first place. But it is interesting to note that according to law and regulatory fiat, those beautiful products made by our United States Mint that are supposed to be freely available to the general public, as in not only being sold to authorized redistributing dealers, the way some of them are now, are only allowed a very small markup. They are to be sold for the cost of the planchet plus cost of manufacturing. And at the moment, the cost of striking that planchet into a coin is standing at around $2.11. So, in other words, your beautiful American Silver Eagle that is currently down at the LCS with a, spot plus $11, in some cases, spot plus $13, or your beautiful Morgan dollar or Peace dollar that my LCS just had to pay $77 for, which is like a 150, 200% premium, something like that. You're supposed to be getting them for the cost of the planchette plus $2.11. You're supposed to be able to buy them directly from your United States Mint. In other words, walk into the Philadelphia Mint and buy them from the counter. Walk into the Washington. Walk into West Point. Walk into Denver. Walk into whatever mint and buy them at that cost. You're supposed to be able to buy them on the website at that cost. And it ain't happening. And the goddess was incensed because they are beautiful coins. I looked at that beautiful brand new Morgan, that beautiful brand new piece, and I thought about how nice it would be to have one of each in my collection of Morgan and Peace dollars. Well, it ain't happening because it's 77 freaking dollars a coin direct from the mint if they hadn't sold out in a half an hour, which they did. At that price, for that money, I can get a very nice graded original Morgan from a good mint, from a good year. I can get a very nice graded original piece, slabbed and graded from a good mint, from a good year. And this is a travesty. This is an absolute travesty, friends and neighbors, because this is just yet another indication of one of the many ways that our government is closing off access to real money. We have more and more businesses like Starbucks that are going digital only. There's a lot of Starbucks stores now that will not take cash at all. If you don't have a card, you can't get a coffee. No great loss. Their coffee apparently sucks, by the way. According to people who actually like coffee, most of their coffee sucks rocks. But for some reason, a lot of people buy their coffee. More and more businesses are going digital. More and more places where you used to be able to pay cash. For instance, at my Verizon store, a year ago at Verizon, you could walk in and pay cash, and they would put the money in a cash register and they would give you back change if you wanted to only pay your bill. Now, if you pay cash, you pay it through an ATM type machine and you can't get change at all. The change is credited to your future bill. Fine with me, that's what I would do anyway, but it is just another symptom of all the ways that we get closed off. And now, these people are doing that FedNow thing. And now we have our extortionate and illegal mint once again limiting the mintage of coins for a few factors that are out of their control, many, many more factors that are absolutely in their control. And the people who end up getting the short end of the stick here and being unable to put their money into a trusted mint product that they want are the American citizens. It is a sad state of affairs when the goddess can get a far better deal on Maples, Philharmonics, Perth Mint, any Perth Mint product, and they make some very nice looking products. Any British Crown Colony product of any kind, any British Commonwealth coin, any British coin. The goddess can get a better deal on anybody else's sovereign currency than ours in terms of modern sovereign currency, modern sovereign coinage. This is a travesty. And as you can tell, the goddess is very incensed by this. And yeah, Hintern, it does not surprise me. They were actually here in the U.S. It was Whole Foods, Amazon. actually built several stores where you walk in and you scan your card, then you do your grocery shopping and you bag it up. You walk out the door and it gets charged to your card. Well, Amazon's already closed down a couple of those because the system didn't work as well as they thought it would, and they were getting a lot of theft. It's pretty ridiculous. Yeah, gold and quartz is absolutely beautiful stuff, Jeff. I would absolutely love to get my hands on some. I really would. That is just stuff. That is some beautiful stuff. It is. It is really pretty. And I'm not a gold fan, but it is pretty. Honey bunny, I would go both ways. If I had a nice specimen mine, I would be selling some, and I would be buying different ones that I didn't already have. There's a few things that I have seen to look up that I've been like, oh wow, I really would like some of that. I saw some gorgeous stuff out of Australia. It was opal with gold in it and opalized wood with gold in it. And I was like, okay, I really want that. Not because I like gold, but because I like opals. But anyway, gold and silver are still on sale. Unbank thyself, lest thy fiat go poof. And it is the goddess's belief that the de-dollarization is actually going to accelerate and it's going to keep being studiously ignored until one fine morning when nobody can ignore it anymore. And that is when life is going to get really interesting. The goddess is looking forward to seeing what goes on with this Fed now thing because obviously, no. Homegirl does not participate. Homegirl will not participate, period, end of story. And any store that I shop with that refuses to take fiat paper currency is not getting my business anymore anyway, you know. Yeah, opal is just freaking gorgeous. I mean, I'm not terribly into pretty things, but opal is stunning when you get a good piece of it. But yeah, that's what's going on is we've got more avenues closing off. And it's getting harder and harder to make purchases in a private manner to begin with so many businesses now wanting to only do business in electronically. I'm seeing more and more anecdotal reports of people getting notices from their landlords saying you can no longer pay by check. You need to pay by electronic funds transfer from your bank, or you need to pay by debit card. You know, you need, and of course, landlords have been refusing cash for years, so that's no surprise there. But seeing more landlords also mandating people use a particular card-based payment service that they then charge a convenience fee for, it's going to get interesting here. And yes, barter is always a good choice. But that's where we are in terms of silver and gold. It is still on sale. And by the way, my local coin shops are not the only people that are giving screaming deals right now on 40% Kennedys. 40% Kennedys at the moment have once again become the silver headed stepchild, the much maligned and abused silver headed stepchild of precious metals. So you might want to look around because if you can get those puppies at 7 times face value, you're looking at dang near melt. Okay? So, yeah. Look around and see because once again, the 40% Kennedys have fallen severely out of fashion. So you may score in that regard. And just so you know, since India has banned the export of all non-basmati rice again, if you need to stock up some rice for your pantry, you might have to get basmati. You know, just saying. Bye bye. I haven't seen Rock tonight. Has he been here?
Nope, haven't seen him.
Oh dear.
Honey Bunny says bye.
Bye, honey bunny. Bye, everybody.
So what did you miss in the first part of the show? Well,
I was just talking about camcorder.
it was amazing. We had a drawing. There were naked dancing girls. There was a stand-up comedian, kind of a band. Amazing things, but that's okay. We have a replay.
Discussions about camcorder.
Anyhow, so a couple things. First of all, no video this week because camcorder with video in it has broken cord, and therefore we'll have to download it via Wi-Fi. And so, voila. The main thing that happened this week was we had some visitors that dropped off a sample. How long does that, Janko? How long? First of all, how big a mine is it? Placer or hard rock? And how long does it normally take to get the kind of approval that you need with down there? So anyhow, I dropped off a sample, and in theory, we'll be doing some analysis on that. And yep, you missed out, Jeff. Tough. But anyhow, so I'm going to be doing a video on how to the initial analysis of an ore, the sort of thing that when you first go to a mine or whatever and you take some samples, what do you need to do to determine what seems to be whether there is a plausible or not method of getting valuable minerals out of the rock at a profit. This particular sample is basically a sulfide ore. Have no idea how much gold or silver is in it, but it looks complicated and refractory, and we'll have to do some testing. Take some mineralogic samples first, crush the rest, then split it down, send off a sample to assay for a head grade, then do a hand pan to get a concentrate and a tailing, send those off for grades, give you an idea what kind of recovery you can get from gravity, do a Eco Gold X bottle roll, and see what we get that way, etc. So say we got that sample. Presumably David Van will be getting another sample within a few weeks.
Yeah,
Then we got Jeff Kablock is going to give us another sample towards the end of August. So we got a lot of stuff where we're analyzing stuff from the get-go. So it should be a very interesting series of videos on that. And so we got that going. We're going to be continuing. This is Montana B. We're getting close to the tunnel underneath the current work area. And as I slice, I'm going to get to the point where this remaining rock is too thin to be assured to be stable. So then I'll have to do some other stuff. So this is probably another couple trips, and we'll be busting through to the 40-foot level there. And so that is what that's about. And we're even in the tinfoil hat. Well, I was in the background doing signing, you know. Okay. Yeah, around here, just right over there is the Scratch Gravel Mountains, and they've been known to do that over there, the Scratch Gravel Hills, rather. Oh, are you talking about that side? Okay. Okay, Jacob. There we go, honey bunny. And I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen here, Chris. I'll have to kind of see as I go. But there's a big pack rat midden here and stuff. I need to get that out of there and a few other little things. So it'll be interesting to see what the best way to attack this is. But I'm between 5 and 10 feet vertical distance at this point, I would estimate right now. Yeah, John. No, it's we don't need to worry about anything like that. As I'm going down, I'm also putting stoles across here so that when we're yes, John. So that we'll have catch decks up there and also theoretically work decks. This area here may have a lot of gold in it. It looks pretty interesting. So we may start overhand mining up here. And so we shall see what we shall see. But it's going to be interesting only if we can find some decent ore. This still doesn't appear to be of sufficient grade to make it profitable. So we've got a lot of issues that we need to resolve. It would be nice if we were in the grade that we anticipated we were going to be in at this point here. The chip samples didn't seem to match the actual mining. Some of that may be because the chip samples were at the surface that they stopped. And then when you go back behind it, the reason they stopped was because it was getting lower grade. That's entirely possible. We shall see. But the only way to find out is to dig it. You take care, Janko. And thanks for stopping in. If you ever have any questions or whatever, this right now is 8:30 our time, Monday. And so we usually start the live stream at 6 our time. And so if you ever have any questions, especially about hard rock or whatever, just ask them. Either that or just comment on one of the videos. Okay? And we'll address the issue. Oh, by the way up there, I'm now, according to YouTube, got 2.5 million total views right now. Oh, and there was a day in May that it said I got 17,450 views. It's like, the funny thing is the graph goes like this and then right back down again. So whatever, the algorithm was promoting me for a day or so. It was quite an unusual statistical anomaly there. So anyhow, that I found that interesting. So anyhow, I say we're up to the 2.5 million view mark at this point. I'm not sure.
Which means here pretty soon we gotta have another drawing.
Let's see what we got here. First of all, let's try. We're on Bing right now. Let's try, where does gold come from? Okay, and go to videos. And I'm number 3. So that's cool. And it says 976.3 thousand views. So I'm closing in on 1 million views of where does gold come from. That's so cool.
When that hits 1 million views, we gotta have a drawing of some kind.
Gotta have a drawing of some time. That sounds good.
I mean, really, when it hits 1 million views, it's gonna be big.
Yeah, so I just don't know. Yeah, Jenko, we've got a lot of smart people here. We don't have a big following, but we have a pretty knowledgeable following. So, if you have questions, there's likely somebody here who has an answer for you. Very likely 2 or 3 people that have answers. Sometimes they even agree. I hope not, honey bunny. This may sound weird, but with my Social Security check, there's not that much, but it's enough to live off of. And the situation we're at, where we can live quite modestly, fairly easily, I like having a small following that's where it's easy to answer questions. Like right now, we have 9 people watching, and if somebody wants to ask a question, it's easy to see it and answer it. Whereas, you've been on these live streams where the comments are just scrolling, like you can't even read them before they're gone. And it just doesn't work. That's not what I want to do. I like helping people. I like teaching. I like answering questions, stuff like that. I like the camaraderie, the little community we have here. And that simply wouldn't work if we had too many. So I say I'm happy where I'm at, which is fine. I'm busy as it is. I really don't have a whole lot of spare time. So you get a lot of these other live streams, and unfortunately mine's a bit of a monologue now because Miner Jim has trouble coming here and such. He's quite an asset.
He's busy.
But it's kind of driven a bit by the comments and such. And with the bigger things, they don't even have to be too big. But I mean, they almost have to sort them with the super chats and stuff because there's no way someone can really keep track of it. And yeah, how long has it been before I've seen your face, Jim? Yes, we want you back. We want Jim. We want Jim. We want Jim. Everyone else is yelling too. You may not be able to hear it because they're very quiet, but that's what's going on, Jim. And
I mean, we haven't even seen him in person.
I'm really not sure. He's busy doing something. He's right there. If he wants to explain further, I'm sure people would be interested to know what you are occupying your time with, Jim. But anyhow, he's busy doing something. No, John. There you go. So that means it's pretty much a monologue here, which I apologize for, but don't have much option. Also, while we've got her son here, we'll see what we can do about setting up all the software so we can do kind of like Zoom meetings with people, people like Rock Butcher or Chris. I don't know if Chris has got the bandwidth, but people like that, so that we can have discussions. We can show stuff, things like that. Make it a little bit more uh, flexible and versatile. We'll see what Ryan can do while he's here. I have a phone call. Yeah, Randy. It's my brother Randy. Oh, I mean, yeah, I caught. Did you say 14 or 15, little one?
You landed 14, you hooked 20.
Okay. I landed 14, hooked 20. Yeah. One of them was really big. I don't know what it was, but I mean, it grabbed the hook and just headed off for the East Coast and real quick just popped the line. But yeah, my wrist was sore again. So that technique seems to work there at that place under these conditions. So we'll see what it, we'll see what it is next spring, next time you show up or whatever. But anyhow, I'm on my live stream right now. So yeah, you take care, Randy, and yeah, we need to get together again here sometime soon, if all possible. Okay. All righty. Take care. Bye bye. Uh, just missed that one, Chris. It just showed up on my uh, screen here. But anyhow, so oh, and Honey Bunny, Eva's sons are going to be here Wednesday to visit, so she's real excited about that. And anyhow, I say, so we'll see what we can do to improve the electronic situation. And that's about it. The samples I took up at top of the hill, none of them were very good at all. So we got to keep looking and see what the heck's going on up there. Because underground, clearly they had something interesting going on, but I don't know whether it outcrops or not. And we shall see what we shall see. But those are the basic ideas. That's what we're focusing on here. I say we got Jeff is going to have some interesting stuff. We got I say Dave. Theoretically, he's got a mine that has potential. He's got a 3 foot wide vein of limonite. We'll see how much gold it's got. It's in an area that has gold mines all around it. So sounds interesting. We shall see. Yeah, dud samples, but yeah, there's got to be something somewhere there. Okay, I mean, say it may just be no surface exposure, and no way to see it until you get down or punch a hole through it with a drill, which would kind of be beyond the expertise. We also did some research on drone surveying, and they can do magnetometer and LiDAR without too much trouble. I mean, we have a local company here that'll do a LiDAR survey for about $750. So that's not too bad. Can you afford a tank of oxygen? Well, first of all, you'd have to dig out any way to get to it. And so we shall ever use an oxygen probe. Not sure what you're talking about, Honey Bunny. Are you talking like an oxygen lance, or where you got a fire, or something else? 750 does more than the whole claim. Yeah, you can do half a square mile for that single day. Now they're local, so they just basically drive out there and spend 4 or 5 hours flying the drone. The drone, primarily autonomous. And I was talking to a guy today who said that the the first order estimation for the flight path is done using the basically satellite acquired uh, terrain map in 3 dimensions, which is accurate to within a couple tens of meters, at least what they let people see. And that allows them to program the flight path of the drone. Um, and then you can use the preliminary LiDAR scan to give you a precise map of what the surface is, so that
If
you
anybody
can
has a good recommendation for a drone, the goddess wants one.
yeah. So then that would allow you to do like a magnetometer survey as close as possible to the ground. The closer you can get with the instrument, the more precise the data you can acquire. Um, and time on target, it looks like they can do like about a square mile in a day. Not a problem. And the LiDAR basically does the physical hard surface as I understand it. For example, if you had, let's suppose you had a divot that was filled with leaves and stuff like that, it might penetrate it. I'm not sure. But in terms of trees, bushes, shrubs, grass, and everything, it penetrates all that and gives you reflection from the hard surface itself, as I understand it. And this will allow you to visualize disturbances in the surface. Okay. When you've got a hole that somebody's dug, a trench, an opening, anything like that, then it will, give you a pretty detailed picture of it. What's that guy I was talking to today? I don't know, like within 2 centimeters or something like that, basically an inch. It can do it. It might be more higher resolution than that, but it's pretty fine resolution on the LiDAR survey. Um, and that will also tell basically, how high the trees are and such. So you can theoretically program your second pass with the magnetometer as close as possible for safe flight. And that will give you your best thing. In terms of conductivity, as far as I know, you can't do that from drone. I don't know. And um, nobody has mentioned anything the equivalent of ground penetrating radar, like a microwave LiDAR, basically, or something like that. So I'm not sure. And so say it's interesting, and I certainly can't afford any of this. But if the claim owner wants to, did I fly the drone into Russia today? No, nope. Uh, I don't think any of these drones would exactly have uh, the, the endurance to go very far. Now, I was talking to this one guy. He's basically a drone pilot. His job is to fly the drone and collect the data. Okay, what I can tell you is this, honey bunny. The drone pilot from Colorado said that it would be about roughly $10,000 a day to do the piloting, gather the data. The geophysicist from Colorado said to uh, process the data would be about $10,000. So if you were to do a better than a mile, square mile, the thing I just kind of gave him 4 GPS points, and then he put that on his map and figured out the drone lines and this and that and the other. I say it would probably be about $20,000 to do a magnetic survey over more than a square mile. Okay. Um, I say um, the magnetic survey is, well, part of the problem, Honey Bunny, is that you have to fly these lines really close together. Okay. Somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 feet apart, 75 feet apart. So if you've got a 7,000 foot by 5,000 foot thing 50 feet apart, so you now got 100 lines times 7,000 feet. So you got 700,000 feet of line done in a day. You know, that's a pretty impressive data collection process. Then that's a lot of data that you then need to process. So that's one of the issues. I mean, it does take time because the drone is flying parallel lines closely spaced. And then, again, you've got a whole bunch of data that needs a bunch of crunching, and I have no idea how that is done. But I presume the people that do these things have significant investment in software and hardware and things like that they try and make back. And I imagine if they were booked up, fairly consistently, they might have a little bit less price. But I would imagine they don't do it, you know, 4 days a week, sort of thing. Don't know. Obviously, that doesn't cover their travel time when they're doing this. Yeah, exactly, Honey Bunny. And yes, Chris, I'm pretty sure it's pretty much all done basically automatically now. This is where coordination between the drone operator and the analyst is important. If it's the same guy, it's automatic, but you got to make sure that the drone operator is using systems that are compatible with the analyst. You know, so say I'm not that familiar with it yet, but say the LiDAR can do some significant thing. Now, out by Montana B, we have a situation where we have these heavily iron mineralized bodies in a pretty much low iron sedimentary formation. So that might be able to be fairly amenable to a drone survey, So that's, I need to do some more discussion with some experts, people who do this stuff for a living. But that's, that's one of the things that I don't know. But a geomagnetic survey, I think, might work pretty well for that. But that's, as you said, Honey Bunny, that's pretty pricey. And you're absolutely correct. It is pretty pricey. And that's one of the problems. Now, I have no idea, it only matters to go miles deep if you can either do it yourself. In other words, you can get miles deep, or you can find something useful to a big company that'll buy it from you, Honey Bunny. Depending upon what you got. Take care, John. So, say it's been some interesting research, and I'm thinking top of the hill, a LiDAR study might be the primary tool to go with. Don't know. And again, I know that they do like magnetometers from drones to find pipelines and such, but I'm not sure if the software and everything else is um, suitable for what we're looking for. I don't know. I mean, a big chunk of iron buried a few feet deep in the ground is going to be a different kind of target than, disseminated iron oxide in rock, you know, 50 or 100 feet down. Just, I don't know. But yeah, it's an interesting situation. And it's unfortunate that top of the hill we didn't get any good hits. Um, that's frustrating. Hopefully, either Jeff or Dave will come back with some interesting samples. You know, oh, I would think so, Honey Bunny. Although in the case of Montana B, it's iron oxides. But yeah, that's exactly right. When you've got solid chunk of iron in one place, that's going to give you a heck of a um, solid target, so to speak, as opposed to a diffuse, fluctuation in the field or whatever. But I'm not super familiar with the limitations of these systems. Yeah, that's iron oxide looks a lot like iron oxide, and like that sample we took to Montana Tech was running better than 30% iron, even though it had limestone and dolomite in it also, plus some silica. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. Oh, it depends on whether it's got gold in it too, Honey Bunny. Hintern, there's a lot of variability among the plants depending upon the soil. It can be the type of plants, or it can be the color, whatever. Most of what I've heard has to do more with the type of the plants that you find. Like there's a certain kind of weed, I forget what it's called. It's got kind of a weird stem that kind of comes up and has a bulge in it and such. That is typically found in mineralized soils, and the uh, quite often it's the type of plant that likes particular minerals or hates particular minerals that will change and give you a good indication that something's going on with the soil or the rock.
Remember that one place we saw where all the cactus and stuff were blue?
No, I don't.
When we went to look at those big claims up by Wickenburg, the one the guy was thinking about buying that
Uh
had
huh.
the remnants of a large stamp mill, etc.
Yeah.
And we went in that little sort of very small box canyon to look around, and all the foliage had turned to light off blue.
No, I don't recall that little one, but I recall the location. I don't recall that particular thing. But
Yeah, we
yeah,
found that thing that might have been a meteor.
yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Copper infused cacti. I don't know, but I mean that's exactly the sort of thing where you go, okay, something's going on here, and um, in some places it could be even moisture. That there's a vein. Well, a vein is usually associated with a fault. A fault is usually associated with a break in the rock. A break in the rock is usually uh, porosity. So you may have more water, and therefore the plants will either different plants or you might have like a line of trees or something going up a hill. It's like, where are they getting water? Well, that might be because of a fault or something like that. if you see, a particular type of wildflower, for example, that's growing only in a certain place, you know, then that should draw your eye. And you say, okay, why are they there and no place else? Or why are they in that shape? Why, is it a line? Those sort of things. Arnica montana. Okay, a line of ferns is classic. Okay, let me get Arnica montana and see if that's the one I think. Arnica montana. Species of plant. Okay, Arnica, species of plant. Let's get images. Oh, it's like the little daisies. Little one.
I'm coming over to see.
Yeah, we see these all over the place.
Those are not the kind that I was asking Lauren about, but yeah, I've seen lots of those. That's arnica.
Yeah, yeah. They say that really likes iron.
Yeah, I've seen those. Got plenty of them around. Except we have none up by Montana Beach. I mean, Montana Beach really does not have all that much vegetation.
We have iron bark trees where ironstone is above. Iron bark trees, huh? Yeah, I've heard of arnica before, Hintern. I had no idea what it looked like. I've never looked it up before. Thank you.
It's an herb.
Thank you for showing that. Did you recognize that little one? Did you already know what that was?
Yeah, I know what arnica is.
I mean, did you know what it looked like?
Mm-hmm. I know it was a daisy sort of plant.
Okay. Iron bark trees. Coming in a number of species of. That's eucalyptus with dark furrowed bark. Huh. Okay. The form of eucalypt. Interesting. Yeah, the whole thing with the drill, sure, fluidized stuff, and gold's going to settle to the bottom, heavies are going to settle to the bottom, and that's one of the things that you can do in a medium-sized batch if you're doing a sample, something like that. I've never really tried it where like you have what do you call it? A large amount of, well, like say dredge cons or something like that. But I'm thinking if you were to do something like that in, say, something shaped like a batea, then you might be able to get, the gold really concentrated on the bottom, and then your black sands, and then your lighter material and stuff. And that might work out pretty well. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I just got a batea pan, and I haven't even had a chance to try it out. But I'm going to give it some try. I want to see how it works on microfine gold, for example, and stuff like that. But I'm going to have to go somewhere because I know with a batea, you pretty much got to submerge the whole thing. So I'm either going to have to get a pretty big panning tub or someplace where I can step into the water and do something.
You can try it by Holter.
You can do all kinds of stuff. Jeff says that iron sickness in Utah affects Norway maples, and most of all, it's a lack of iron. That's what I've seen, Chris. Is you got to be completely underneath the water. Which is kind of a pain because it would be nice if you kind of floated on the surface so it's taking some of the weight. But whatever. But yeah, I'd like to get to understand the dynamics of what's going on in a batea pan. I think I understand pretty well the dynamics of what goes on in an American Gold pan, but not a Batea pan. So I'd like to give that a shot and see how it goes. Well, I know it should be taking most of the weight, Chris, but if you're floating on top, it's taking all of the weight. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I got to try some stuff. Sulfur makes onions and garlic grow really well. In the wild, there are a whole lot of types of relatives, onions and garlic, which you can use to determine there's a lot of sulfur in the soil. Now that could come in very handy, honey bunny, where you've got, oxidized sulfide mineralization. You're going to have a lot of sulfur, in the form of generally sulfate uh, that was being generated. Not sure what kind of wild onion analogs we have in this neck of the wood and how easy they are to spot. I don't know if Jim's still on, but yeah, that could be interesting.
Well, I want to find a good foraging book for the state of Montana. So if anybody around here is a local that is on the channel at the moment,
No, probably not. Should have bear garlic and wild onion. Okay. No, that's but yeah, Hintern, there are definitely species that are very soil dependent, and you can use that as a useful indicator. And say you can also just see when the texture, the color, it's like, well, the ground cover is different here for some reason.
I have found plenty of places like that.
Yeah. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And we still have to go up there and do the what do you call it? Dowsing too up top of the hill. So say we have lots of things yet to do. And I'm just trying to prioritize things. Let's see. Honestly, Jeff, I haven't really tried any of them yet, so I certainly have no preference. If somebody wants to send me a selection of Bateas to test, I'd be happy to do it. The one I got was a large plastic Batea, somewhere in the 16, 18 inch range.
Off Amazon.
Yeah. It's off Amazon. It came with a classifier and the usual snifter bottles and stuff like that. It looks decent. Yeah, it may be small as Batea pans go, Chris, but I deal with hard rock. So I'm wondering more on how it does on the fine gold, the real fine gold. So it's a little big for what I would prefer, but say it's small enough I can deal with it, and I can take and basically salt samples and try it to see how much of what I know is in there I get. Then I can also take it and do, finely crushed ore samples. I can get easy, I can get a lot of that easy. That it's a lightly textured plastic. I would imagine I need to demold release it. Take a detergent or something. In your opinion, Chris, is a light surface texture better than a real smooth surface texture? Okay. So, I mean, that's a question, because if a light surface texture is better, then I can just take like a 3M pad and scrub it with detergent to make sure I get all of the stuff off of there. A very light radial tooth seemed to work. In other words, concentric rings of micro ridges. Is that what you're talking about, Chris? Okay. Yeah, I can scrub it with a 3M pad that way, and so I'm basically take the. Oh, where is? Goodness gracious! What did I do? There it is. So if I got you right, Chris, here's the potato pan. Here's the center. I want to take the 3M pad and scrub it in this manner, like that. Correct? Huh. Interesting, Rock. You've probably seen a lot of potatoes.
Are the plastic ones any good, or do they really have to be metal?
Well, Rock says potatoes carved out of a solid block of wood are the best because they have the chisel marks in them. Interesting.
Really? Man, I'd love to see
Little
one of
divots
those.
or something. Now, as I understand it, Rock, in South America, Africa, and Asia, pretty much um, they're almost exclusively potato pans in all of those areas. Am I correct? I think the American style gold pan is pretty much only used in the United States and some in Australia. Is that the way it is? And if you had a potato pan carved out of wood, if the actual structure was fairly thick and a somewhat light color, lightweight material, then it would help also to take some of the weight of the charge. I know they got pretty good pans that you can put a lot of muck in. But yeah, I need to say it's a um I don't know what you the the potato is used for production for sure. Um, I'm not sure how easy the potato is for testing for small quantities of gold. How well does that work, Rock? Is it easy to find a small amount of gold? Just concentrate it down to where you got very little left, and then tail it out there. I'm wondering why the American style pan took off in North America, whereas in most of the rest of the world, it's just not used at all. Do you have any input on that, Rock? Because I mean,
Does anybody have any input?
yeah, you've been all over the planet, and so it might be something where you're like, well, yeah, Mr. American, this is why we use this and why we don't use that. I don't know. I would be willing to bet you that some guy who makes his living feeding his family, swirling a potato pan, gets some pretty strong muscles in some pretty specific places. I bet you his back is pretty strong. I would be willing to bet you that, as somebody who does that all day long, and again, when this is your food, you're not going to stop at 8 hours because, well, that's the end of the shift. I mean, you're going to keep going as long as practical, as long as your body holds out or sunlight or whatever, because that's just money, and that's food. But I'll bet you they got some amazingly tough muscles. Interesting. Rock says he would trust a Batea more than an American style pan because the gold doesn't get exposed to the air on the back edge of the wedge. Since it's submerged the whole time, the gold stays in the pan. It's the women who do the panning in Ecuador, huh?
Really?
I wouldn't want to annoy one of them.
If they're using wood pans, I'm betting those things are heavy.
I bet you they could slap you into next week. Yeah, I said it was pretty obvious that they must be pretty good or they wouldn't be so prevalent. And
it makes me wonder why the American pan got changed.
I don't know. It's a good question why the American pan, as she says, got changed, but I don't know if it got changed. Chris says an American style pan can be used in a lot less water. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the Bateas, yeah, you got to submerge the whole thing, and it's a pretty big pan usually. Great for production. But I say my thought also was an American style pan might be better for smaller, when you're actually just sampling instead of production or something like that. I don't know. Rock says the only reason I didn't bring Bateas back from South America is that we aren't allowed to bring untreated wood products back into Canada. Now here's another question, Rock. I did a test a couple of years ago or something in Tucson there where I put a little bacon grease on the bottom of a plastic American pan to see if it would trap the microfine gold, and it seemed to do a pretty good job of it. And so I was wondering what would happen if, like, you took a Batea pan and put, say, Vaseline at the apex. What do you think? Would that do good at trapping the gold once it gets down there? Honey Bunny says that American pans were originally made simple and cheap for desert prospectors who did not have a lot of money back in the Old West. Really, Rock? Okay. Yeah, I'd like to try it. Specifically, I wanted to try it on hard rock gold because, well, Honey Bunny, go back to my old videos. And there's one there somewhere.
Bacon really does make everything better.
Does bacon really make everything better? Let's see. Hard Rock University. God, that was at least 2 years ago. Videos. And
it was a while back.
There's Hassel. Long time ago. Yeah, that was back before we even came up to Montana, wasn't it?
That was way back.
Retimbering the middle decline. Gift from Prospector Trip. Okay, there we go. Yes. 187. Does bacon really make everything better? Okay.
That was my idea.
Not sure. Control C.
That was the one where that was one of the ones where when I had first started filming you, I believe.
Control V.
I had not been doing your videos for that
long. There's a link right there, Honey Bunny. That that was That was kind of fun. The one I liked was the one where I did the blindfold challenge. I thought that was I thought it was pretty good. Dan Hurd started it out, uh, panning gold with a blindfold, and then I thought Jeff Williams did a good job of upping the ante with one arm tied behind his back. That was, I mean, this is just good fun. And then, of course, I did it with microfine gold. So that was kind of fun. But yeah,
I think everybody ignored you.
I say don't have a whole lot of people saying it. Yeah, you have to be careful with the grease thing, Brian. Absolutely, because it can make the gold float. You know, but in terms of getting it, actually sticking to it, um, I say it seemed to me that, well, if gold likes to stick to oils, then put oil on the bottom of the pan and see if it'll stick to it. The Soviets liked a rectangle pan wider in the center and the bottom V shape because it fits panning tubs. Kind of like a gold claw sort of thing.
There's all kinds of different things.
Yeah, I mean, people look at, they come up with different solutions to the same problems. Well, it's not just the types of grease, honey bunny, too, but what additives you may put in the water to enhance the attraction of the gold to the grease. Would a surfactant improve things or harm things, for example?
Well, the golden fleece was a thing.
Roofing tar, huh? Rock says, I made a small sluice box in Africa one time out of wood. I only had roofing tar to seal the seams. All the fine gold stuck in the tar, and I just threw the thing out. Yeah. Burn it when you're done. Not a bad idea. Brian says, Egyptians used oil on a feather to collect gold floating as seen in a hieroglyph.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
the golden fleece.
You got the golden fleece thing with lanolin.
Golden fleece with fresh sheepskins was used in many parts of Europe and Italy and Greece.
One thing I would try, honey bunny, if you had any, was just some lanolin too. Lanolin. That's where the legend of the golden fleece comes from.
Shea butter.
Eva's wondering about shea butter.
Right? Is a thing in Africa.
Yeah.
And heaven knows shea butter or coconut oil.
I don't know. I say these are interesting questions. Inquiring minds want to know. Maybe we can do some tests next winter when things slow down. That would be fun. Frost lowest fun. If anything, I would add some kind of acid like citric acid to make it less agreeable to the gold. I don't know. I say these are things to test, and it's possible that you might, for example, find up a combination that's really gangbusters. You add this to the water, coat your pan with that, and it'll just suck it right out. I don't know. Yeah, Rock. Dawn works pretty good. I usually go with the jet dry because it's less foamy. It breaks down that surface tension without creating as many bubbles. And that's why I generally go with the jet dry as opposed to the Dawn. Dawn works well for breaking down that surface tension, though. Absolutely, very good, especially if you had gold that was coated a little bit with some natural oils or organics. Um, it's my understanding jet dry does not break the electrochemical bond. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Well, that would be an interesting side by side test sometime. Chris likes Dawn, mane and tail shampoo, or a bit of toothpaste. Interesting, Rock. I was using a particular device for uh, microfine gold separation, and the problem when you're using a machine is you get fairly high flow rates, so you get a lot um, of foaming. Hmm, interesting. Well, somebody try and remind me in like October, November. We'll try and set up a bunch of tests to see if anything has a substantial difference, positive or negative. We should be able to, have an ample supply of ground ore, um, and then, do some simple tests. That would be interesting. Honey Bunny says soda ash, perhaps. Chris says cheap fluoride toothpaste. Wow, we got lots of ideas here we could try. That would be fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, there's tons of things we can try.
that would be hilarious. I'd love to do that.
Well, I still want to get a good sheepskin and
Yeah, you want
try
sheepskin
the
on it.
golden fleece.
Yeah,
I want to try
and try lanolin.
yeah,
Yeah.
use the sheepskin in the sluice.
Well, if you were to take something like, um, oh, what do you call it? Oh, like a sawtooth mat and coat it with something um, that would grab the gold, that might work pretty good. Hmm, interesting. Yeah. See, Rock is talking about the ionic uh, charges on the clay particles and how they can uh, basically grab microfine gold. But yeah, I could see we could have quite a few experiments this winter. This would be a blast. Somebody remind me late fall when the weather's getting to the point where we can't do much. And we
Somebody put this list in an email and send it to him, please.
well, I'll lose the email by that time.
No, you won't, because as soon as you get it, you're going to forward it to me. I don't lose shit. Bizarre and unaccountable person.
Maybe, honey bunny, but we can just go down and buy washing soda too. Little one, can you come over here and cover while I take a short break? Nopolino putra percasas is an Indian often finished with batea.
Oh dear.
I don't know, Jeff. From what I understand, you're supposed to keep the batea completely underneath the surface. Yeah, Rock. I said, Have you tried everything that's been suggested tonight, or just a few of them? But yeah, that would be say that would be fine.
Okay, don't make it too long, Bear, because I'm at like a critical juncture in my solitaire game here. Hi, everybody. He'll be right back. Anyway, I've been playing this solitaire game and I love it. Probably in the last 33 years, huh? Well, I still would please, pretty please, everybody, like a list of commonplace materials one normally does not associate with gold in an email sent to the Goofus so that he can forward it to me so it doesn't get lost. Menthol, huh, Chris? Would that include like Vicks Vapo Rub, which is menthol and petroleum jelly, or not? That potato pan does look kind of cool. I just wish it wasn't plastic. Don't know why, but the idea of the plastic does not work for me when it comes to this kind of pan. I don't mind a regular pan being plastic, but this one, it's supposed to be different because it comes from elsewhere. Yeah, plenty of things are eye irritants, buddy. Okay, here he is. Bye. Back to my solitaire game. We're at a critical juncture here.
I got a question too, Rock. You're talking about trying to float the weight in the potato pan then, but when you first start with a potato pan, how high is the charge? Is it level? Is it heaped? Is it a little bit below the lip? You know, when you first start, um, let's say, because that's one of the the questions I need to know when doing it. I think that's probably one of the reasons a potato is so useful. Because I mean, I think you can load them pretty full, and then as you just start swirling, the gold just sinks faster than anything else, and so you don't lose much. But if I recall, I think it's slightly heaped, but I'm not sure. What is the product that the water trucks use? What, in order to get the water to penetrate the soil? I'm not sure. I would imagine some sort of surfactant. You know, think like Dawn dish soap or whatever. Yeah, wetter water. Calcium chloride or magnesium chloride. I know those are good for keeping the water from freezing. A little bit of corrosion, but not too much, not as much as say sodium chloride. Almost brine conjunction. If you got a magnesium chloride or calcium chloride brine, spraying it on a road, then it's hydroscopic. It'll actually suck moisture out of the air at about 30-35% humidity, and so it makes the road self-watering, and uh, lets it get pounded down real well. And then when it's dry, it provides an adhesive. I used to provide magnesium chloride for dust control, so I'm a little familiar with that. Carbonates deionize better than chlorides. Interesting. Yeah. Well, it's an interesting subject. Yeah, this would be something late this fall to really take on in detail. I'm not sure about holding more well, but I know that they grab it very aggressively. I say at about 35% humidity, the road wets itself, which pretty much eliminates the dust. I've also, when I was treating haul roads, I made myself a little drop hammer so I could see how fast it would penetrate to a certain depth in the road. And haul roads were actually substantially harder than reasonably new asphalt. Not fresh asphalt, but something that had been put down within a few months. Exactly, Rock. Huh. Well, I would imagine the spent oil could also cause problems in certain of the metallurgical extraction processes, um, especially with gold. You know, so yeah, that spent oil used to be a big dust control material. Lots of people used it. The farmers would use it around the shop and all this other stuff. Yeah, it wasn't a moisture content. It was just a sheer how tough is this road sort of thing. And I think when I was heading out to the Morenci mine, I pulled over one time, probably take a leak, and it was fairly fresh pavement. They put it in recently. And I thought, well, I'll just go over by the parking lane here and just do the test there. And it was substantially softer than the haul roads were. I forget exactly what the different number of drops was, but I mean, basically, I had like a 2 pound hammerhead and a piece of pipe and a rod. And so the pipe was the handle for the hammer, but you just pulled it up and there was a mark on the rod, and you just drop it and then pick it up, drop it again. And how many drops did it take to get at a particular distance into the thing? No, it's somewhat like a compaction tester, but yeah, that's what it was. uh, yeah, Rock's a little more like me, a little more old school. I think that the risks of certain things are somewhat inflated, um, but it may also be that we're weaker than we used to be. Our bodies are more easily um, injured by chemical insult and things like that. We're just not as, human beings aren't as tough as they were because they don't die as often as they used to. Not sure. I do remember a particular scene um, in a book, Caravan, I think, by what's his name, James Michener. It was set in Afghanistan, and the local Afghan was saying, yes, our place is filthy. The sewage runs in the streets and everything. We have a huge, you know, uh, child mortality rate, but the ones that survive are really tough. And that's the way nature is. You know.
Speaking of nature, that herd of elk was pretty darn nice.
Yeah, yeah. We also saw a nice big herd of elk coming back from fishing the other day. I don't know, well over 50, maybe up to 100 elk.
Yeah, it was definitely plus 100.
Yeah.
It was not as big as that herd we saw on the way out to that log cabin. It was a nice herd.
I have no idea, honey bunny. I know that the whole subject of health, nutrition, medicine, etc., is heavily influenced by money right now as opposed to science. And so it becomes very difficult to separate truth from speculation. Yeah, Honey Bunny was saying that sugar is essentially carcinogenic to some extent.
Pretty much.
Anything that harms
It's
your
actually pretty much a toxin.
yeah, anything that hurts your immune system is going to be somewhat carcinogenic because your immune system is constantly um, suppressing and destroying abnormal cells. So anything that interferes with your ability of the immune system to do its job efficiently is going to tend to result in more cancers. But yeah, it would be one thing that I find interesting is from the time I was a child to now, how they keep changing the dietary recommendations in terms of things like, well, they said that margarine was better than butter, and now butter is better than margarine, and it's like, oh, you need lots of processed grains and stuff. And then it's like, oh no, you want raw vegetables and meat and forget the carbohydrates.
Right mind.
You know, so it's really um, let's say it clearly shows that it's not exactly what you would like to call, as they call it nowadays, settled science. But yeah.
There's no such thing as settled science.
Exactly. And yes, Honey Bunny, that's not, most people never have it's hard to do a little bit of sugar. If you do much of it, it tends to create a craving that then becomes self-reinforcing, and that anything in excess is lethal. They had one case, they had a contest. It was a radio program, and the contest was pretty simple. You had these contestants, and they had to drink like one glass of water every X number of minutes, 5, 10 minutes, whatever. And the last person to have to go take a leak won. Well, one of the contestants died because the amount of water messed their electrolytes up to where their heart rhythm destabilized and they died. You know?
Water intoxication kills about 50 people.
Hey, Rock, thanks for showing up. I'm real interested about that Batea stuff and the other things. When say later on this fall, we'll set up some kind of a test and see if we can come up with a methodology to test all these things.
Video he can recommend for the use of a Batea pan properly.
There's a number of them out there, but Eva wants to know, Rock, if there's a particular video or some channel that does the best demonstration of a Batea pan. But yeah, I mean, everything in moderation. You know, that's moderation and balance. Buy a cheap walk at Walmart and use that. It doesn't have quite the pointy thing, you know?
I'm pretty sure a walk would work, but
yeah, I don't know how a walk. Yeah, you take care, Rock. I don't know how well a walk would work because it's got that flat bottom as opposed to the pointy bottom. I think the pointy bottom is important. I don't know. Have you ever seen one with a really pointy bottom like that?
No. But I'm just wondering if the general bowl shape of a real walk, as opposed to a flat bottom walk, would work.
We could try it. We've got that walk.
Our walk is a flat one.
Well, yeah, Jason, we're having fun. We got into a discussion of Batea pans and different ways of breaking up surface tension and such to keep your gold from floating away. Okay, Rock. Need the rounded bottom, not the flat. The ones I've seen, Rock, generally tend to have almost a point. I mean, it's got a little rounding at the bottom, but it looks more like what you'd think of as a coolie hat. Oh, okay. Pointy one is the same, but there's a trick. Interesting. Okay, he'll tell us later. Thank you, Rock.
Yeah, the ones I've seen look like booby hats.
Yeah, the ones I've seen all look like, as Honey Bunny says, Vietnamese hat. So they got the little, it's a shallow pointed cone. Interesting. Okay, according to Rock, the
Real
pointy
ones are
ones
built more
are
like
the Chinese pan, not a batea. Bateas have a rounded bottom. Interesting. So there's a. Take care. Thank you, Rock.
Okay, so the Chinese ones are designed more like a walk.
Jeff, that's exactly what the pan I got has. It's not just a straight cone all the way to the bottom. At the bottom, it has a little extra depression.
So in other words, the other type are designed more like a real walk. A real walk
Yeah.
is a rounded bottom.
Yeah, exactly. So a batea would be, as Rock calls it, as opposed to a Chinese pan, would have, yeah, exactly, almost exactly like a wok. Honey Bunny says Chinese pans have riffles on them, though. This is getting so confusing.
I'm telling you, it'd be nice to have a whole collection.
Yeah, it would be. And then you have standardized charges,
And then you try them all.
and then try them all. Exactly. You could, for nuggets, you could start with something like, say, a number 8 bird shot
Like
that's somewhat flattened.
you can even put some through rollers to make different shapes, like cornflakes.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd make different. I mean, it's going to be round if you run it through a roller, but you'd have, you'd be able to count a certain number. You could also take metal filings. How do you do that, Brian? I've never heard of such a thing. The smartphone has a magnetometer.
It says an Apple or an iPhone. I mean, an Apple or an Android. Because I can get all kinds of apps, but not all of them work on an Android.
Huh. Yeah, I'd use it with a magnet. What do you induce? Yeah, I'm not sure. I have no idea, Honey Bunny. I've never heard of such a thing. All cell phones have 3 magnetometers.
Really?
I
How do I use it?
thought they had like inertial sensors, but I didn't think they were magnetometers. So that you could, when you turn your phone upside down and stuff like that, it can tell which way it is. Accelerometers, that's what I'm thinking. Huh.
I didn't know my cell phone had a magnet.
They run the compass feature.
Okay. I don't have a compass on my phone yet. I'm going to put one on.
Yeah. Huh. That might be interesting.
What's it supposed to do?
Detect magnetic fields.
Yeah.
So how do you take the magnetometers and program them? You put a magnet on the rock, and so you're using the rock to modify the magnetic field. Well, then remove the magnet. So you got a temporarily induced magnetic field. Interesting.
Yeah, send information.
Yeah. Eva wants to know details, Brian. Do you have a link or anything?
Email. Give everybody your email.
Eva says, let me give you the email.
The goddess wants deets. Deets are needed. Just say it.
Okay, there's my email. Brian, if you got a link or something, Eva really wants to know. Uh, yeah, apparently it's actual. It has magnetometers too, honey bunny. I don't know. We'd like to have a more detailed thing.
Details. You need the deets.
Yeah. Yeah, if you run into, if you can send me a link or something sometime, I'd appreciate it, Brian. Uh, hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Okay, Brian. I'll try and look it up on your channel there. Um, what was your Brian Smith? Wasn't your actual channel, was it? It was something or other mining, right? What was your channel name, Brian? If I'm not mistaken, I'd say it was somewhat different. If not, I think I've got your email, and it was say that the link is there. Let's see. Boss Recreational Mining, yeah. Boss Recreational. Okay, thank you, Brian. Oh, getting all kinds of interesting stuff. Oh, gosh, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Oh, goodness.
I would like a grilled cheese sandwich when you get off the live.
You want grilled cheese when I'm done? Okay. Okay, Brian. We'll go check it out. Probably tomorrow. Getting kind of late. Here's a link. Let's see. Let's see, videos. Small ball mill. Spent gold ore. No. Boss Recreational Mining. Here we go. There we go. Describe how to find gold ore using your smartphone and a magnet. Cool. All righty. Let me click that there. Okay. Thank you.
I have a magnet.
Okay. I'm sure we can call Coulter up and he can get us a powerful magnet.
Oh man, I bet Coulter. I would have serious magnet envy when it comes to Coulter's magnet collection. I am sure. Okay.
You gotta be careful. I'm sure he's got magnets that you got to be careful because once they get together, you can't get them apart.
Well, I can buy all the magnets I want at American Science and Surplus too.
No, that was I don't know if it was him or another channel, but his is Boss Recreational Mining, BOS Recreational Mining. That's where the particular video is. Uh, oh, well, we came up with a couple of things we need to do in the future here. Yeah, Patrick, winding down a little bit, we got into proper use of botella pans and various surface chemistry things for gold and all kinds of oddball stuff. So yeah, it was a kind of a chaotic night, but that's okay. All righty. Okay. Anyone else got any questions, suggestions, subjects, or anything like that? It wandered about pretty nicely towards the end there. Well, come up with something quick, Patrick. Quick.
Make it real quick. The goddess is hungry and he makes the grilled cheese around here.
uh, uh, oh, you're welcome, Brian.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning about
It
that.
it could very well be useful, Jeff. I would definitely, before disposing of any slag, say, first of all, Eva reuses some slag too.
The goddess keeps all slag, period. There is no compromise here. Okay?
But by pulverizing it and then panning it, you'll get a good idea whether you've got any small particles of gold floating around in it. And if you see that, um, if you see any gold in there, then you might be able to leach it. You might gravity concentrate it. I'm not sure how the particular leach chemicals would interact with the standard slag uh, chemistry. I mean, things like borax and soda ash tend to be somewhat water soluble. So I'm not sure exactly what would happen if you tried leaching it.
Technically, I believe I can probably dissolve my slag by boiling.
Eva thinks she could dissolve the slag by boiling.
But I will say I have discovered that if you soak it in hot water,
Yeah.
it does indeed get rid of some stuff.
Yeah. But anyhow, yeah, it'd be worth checking it out. Also, I'm not sure. You could probably, and you'd have to test this, of course, because I have no. But if you're using your slag for just smelting, as opposed to like fire assaying, you could probably grind up old slag and use it for half or more of your slag charge.
You can.
And, you know, not only, save on raw materials, but also help for recovery. We have done some tests. Well, some tests, whatever. We've done some smelts where she was resmelting old slag, and some of them had significant amounts of gold in them.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And some of them, when you get the lead out of them, have lead buttons that also collect gold and silver.
Yeah, and I mean she's taken some old slag, and this has litharge in it too, and put some charcoal in there and remelt it with the charcoal as a reducing agent. You wind up with some, a lead button, little one. Then you put that on a cupel, and you wind up with some gold yet. So you're always going to have some losses. No process is 100% efficient. And as a general rule, if you make a mistake, sometimes processes get very inefficient. Then the question is, have you lost the gold, or is it just someplace where you're not looking for it? For example, when we were drying the resin, we were losing the gold. You know, it was going someplace else, vaporizing. But in other cases, you can wind up with it in the slag. Eva's very meticulous about looking in the crucibles and examining the slag afterwards and stuff like that. Interesting, Brian. I'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and look at that.
For perspective on that and slag and me, all of my slag, my crucible is examined with a strong light and magnification. Then my slag is examined under my microscope for any micro-sized beads of metal that are in it, just to make sure there's no shot in there. And then all the slag is kept and everything is weighed.
Told you.
No
Meticulous.
slag disappears.
Or is that more obsessive compulsive?
Hey, it leads to greatness, okay?
We'll have to check that out, Brian, because if we can make that work, like over at Montana B, that could be kind of useful.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have to see.
I'm going to be examining that idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, my question is, if that works on a phone, will it work with a tablet or something larger?
Yeah, no, Honey Bunny, it was during the drying process. It's more like the oven would need to be examined, not the furnace. It was ridiculous. At temperatures as low as 145 degrees Fahrenheit, we were losing substantial amounts of gold, like 25%. At, well, we'd be happy to see you, Brian. At like 350, 400 degrees in the oven, we were easily getting 50% losses of the gold. It was ridiculous.
I have my suspicions as to why.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool, Brian. But yeah, these are the sort of things that, we may have some time to test stuff out. I don't know. It's going to be last summer was basically production and milling and stuff. And I think this one's going to be a little more variety this summer.
I need the light on for a minute.
Because Montana B is just not panning out as well as we would like, a lot of the smelter slag in Arizona was crushed and shipped to San Diego for sandblasting ship holes. Because a particular slag they get from copper smelting is pretty tough stuff. No, it wasn't vaporizing gold. It's some kind of a gold complex. And that's the thing. Chris sent me a study from the Bureau of Mines, I'm pretty sure, yes, where they used gold chloride and silica sand as a simulated gold ore where the gold was in the form of a chloride. And it's roughly, what was it, about 250 Fahrenheit or something?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. They were losing 5% of the gold. However, when they mixed iron pyrite with it, they got like 95% loss of the gold. Whatever, the pyrite catalyzed the vaporization of the gold at baking temperatures. And the kind of stuff you'd be using in your kitchen oven. So it's quite surprising. But it apparently can happen. I know when I suggested to the people at Montana Tech that they might find this an interesting phenomenon to check, with the Eco Goldex sort of thing, the PhD just poo-pooed it as like, can't happen. It's like, okay. Exact same resin, one air dried at room temperature, one dried at 300 degrees, 50% difference in gold. It's like,
and I have my
what the
theory
heck?
for why that is too.
No, let's say the ion exchange resin has no sulfur burn and lofted up the flue. I don't think it got it anywhere near that temperature, Brian. I don't know. I think what they did was they fire assayed it afterwards, Honey Bunny. So even if it was absorbing the gold, theoretically, they should have been able to detect it. I don't recall the exact details of the procedure, but they say they were, and they say it wasn't anywhere near the temperature to ignite the pyrite. So I say I don't know, but let's see what I can do here, Honey Bunny. Search Chris Georgie.
Yeah, PDF on it, I believe. But you should have Honey Bunny.
Gold volatilization. Let's see, that may or may not work. Couldn't find it. Well, of course not. Okay, delete. Stanley's latest diarrhea video of no subject, massive experiment converting resin loading, filter housing, high line power, float gold, resin. I don't know. Chris, if you're still there, do you remember that article? Yeah, there we go. Chris already posted it. He's damn good, Honey Bunny. He's good at this kind of stuff.
Well, Chris is freaking amazing.
Yes, when you're actually ashing it or something like that, that's correct, Jeff. But say the only difference between batch A1 and batch A2, it all came from cartridge A, okay, and then was blended. And then a certain portion was taken and dried at room temperature. The same amount was then taken and dried at a somewhat elevated temperature, and even as little as 145 showed substantial results. But it says like one is at room temperature, one is at 300. Then they're both treated the same after that. Basically a fire assay, as a litharge smelt. And one has twice as much gold as the other consistently, and it's like the only difference was the drying temperature. The other thing is all the same. I say I have.
Well, here's a thought I had on the issue.
What?
It is possible that the drying it in the oven somehow changed the gold complex that was inside there, but not a high enough temperature to make it go away. But since it changed the gold complex and made it volatile, when it then got fired, it went away in the furnace. We don't know because the furnace doesn't have a scrubber, and neither did our oven.
Okay, you're saying what?
I'm saying I think it is possible that when we dried it in the oven,
okay,
it somehow primed or changed or caused a gold complex to happen in the resin that was volatile, but not volatile enough to disappear at oven temperature. Then, when we smelted it, it was volatile, it was hot enough in the furnace to make it disappear in there.
I have no clue.
We do not know because we don't have scrubbers
I
everywhere.
say again, because the PhD said it was impossible. The people who could really figure this out didn't even look.
Well,
You know.
the hero of mine said it was absolutely possible. And
I know, and I
believe them.
sent her that report too.
I believe them over the piled higher and deeper crowd.
Yes, so
I'm
I
sorry.
say I was hoping to get Montana Tech interested in the question because they would have the ability to do things. For example, you take one resin. I don't think we did, but that's a question. I know Rock did the thing, but did we do where Rock did his analysis? There we go. What was that? Let me see what
This
these.
analysis did not show significantly different amounts of gold, but they certainly did.
Okay. I don't think the samples we sent to Rock had different drying characteristics tested.
Yeah, they did.
Let's see, there's AAD, AOD.
Yeah. OD is oven dried, AD is air dried. And I have notes
Yes.
on all the temperatures in the experiment.
This one, AW.
That was a wet one.
That was wet, yeah. Okay. So looking at these numbers here, I would have to agree that it appears to me that this one, AOD and AAD. Why is this one AAD? Why is AOD not there? There it is. Okay. Okay. I see. Recategorize it according to other stuff. I would agree that according to the numbers were because Rock was using an X-ray fluorescence on the whole thing, and I believe Eva is correct that the air dried and oven dried had almost identical amounts of gold in them 36,971 parts per million, 36,336 parts per million. And so that's essentially the same. So I would have to agree with her that it doesn't seem to have lost it during the actual drying process.
It happened during the smelting process, but it happened specifically to things that had been oven dried as opposed to air dried.
So anyhow, well, I do remember one time I was listening to Dennis Prager give a speech, and he said, "You have to be college educated to be that stupid." Specifically referring to some of the weird stuff like, what is a woman or whatever, that is that sort of thing. I think he was specifically saying there's no, the assertion at the time was that there's no difference between men and women except for cultural, you know. And he says you got to be college educated to be that stupid. Um, and I tend to agree. There tend to be certain differences. Uh, they're not 100%, but they're somewhat consistent. Another term, Jeff, is educated beyond their intelligence. Okay. Anything else tonight, everybody? Oh, because we're okay. I can do that tomorrow when I'm conscious. A little sleepy right now. I see we're down to 5 people, so we might as well call it a night, I guess, unless anyone else comes up with something real quickly here. Some other subject needs addressing. Well, I thank everyone for showing up, and that was a pretty fun night. So we'll call it a day, and hopefully we'll have some videos up this week, and because I still got the stuff from Montana Bee, I was never able to download it, so I need to get that, and that'll give me a video, and then I need to get on that sample and get that processed, because I gotta ship some stuff out. They were interested in getting some results by what, 9th of August or something like that, so I better get on it because I got to get it, crushed, split, shipped off, things like that. All righty. Well, I don't see anything new here, so I want to thank everyone for showing up and for putting in their 2 cents worth and more at times. And I want to wish you all have a happy week and a safe week. So happy prospecting and keep it safe out there. Okay, let's see here. End stream.